other country dealing with this kind of problem. So we want to look into a new approach, how to settle this or how to deal with this flood issue. We look at some of the incidents, like 27 February 2016 in our Sarawak General Hospital in Kuching. This is what happened. The photo, the picture tells the story. It's fresh flooding. Simply just go by a rainfall area for, let's say, about 2 hours. We had this happen in our general hospital area. We look at the Sungai Mau Kiri subcatchment. The whole subcatchment was flooded. Basically, that subcatchment has been affected by fresh flooding. I mean, quite frequently over the years. We look at the next slide. It is one of the subcatchment affected by the flood as well. And then the Timberland Medical Center at the third mile there. For those who are familiar with Kuching, I think this is quite a familiar picture to all of you. The next one, this one is near the CBD area at our city center. This mostly commercial area has been badly affected by the flood as well. You look at the next one. You can see you couldn't see the road anymore. It kind of is all flooded with water, and this one is causing a lot of flood damages to the people. Next one. Let's just run through the photo and let everyone have a look. Yeah, the next one. That's why I think all of you. Okay. So I think most of us do notice that our present way of design for the drainage capacity doesn't cope and solve the problem anymore. We cannot simply just provide a huge RC drain and thinking that will solve the problem, because we are too near to the sea, and the clean tide cycle and the development all contribute and become the factor affecting our drainage. So we cannot follow the old rapid disposal method. We look at our urbanization. Look at our riverbank, our river reserve. There is no more river reserve. You can see from the photo there. It's all used up for commercial and other development along the river corridor. Next slide. Let's see. We have this used to be our first storage area at the Batu Bintang area, but with the development come into place, and then we lost the water retention area, so this also become one of the problems. But we do acknowledge that we cannot stop development, because there is the amount of a city. The city need development. They need commercial activities. So how do we gonna work synchronously with this kind of development? All our infrastructure, our environment, and the commercial activity has to be synchronized with each other. So we look at next slide. You see, most of our river is no more a river. It's a kind of huge concrete drain. Next slide as well. Next slide. See, this is a really old photo. I think during the White Raja time. You can see there are Sungai Padungang and some of the Sungai, what you call that, Sungai Kuching. Yeah, Sungai Gatak. This Sungai is no more there. It became it's all backfill and become a commercial area at the CBD Kuching. Next slide. Some of these you can only see in the old map. Like 1890, another one is 1917. Yeah, it's no more there. So you look at our existing drainage system. These are some of the old drainage within our Kuching area. We have very low platform level. We have a very small cover and then when we have this development as well, we're gonna have a lot of earthworks to clear, to cut, to fill, and this earthwork activity has bring a lot of sediment towards the downstream, and then fill out the river, siltation, the sedimentation of our river. This has all caused a lot of problem to the department or to the authority who want to make sure that we have a proper river system to cater for all this incoming water. Look at the next slide. As we mentioned, you look at it. So our drainage, when you go into the cupboard, we have some existing services, underground services, cutting through our drain, and the capacity of the drain has been compromised. I think it has less than half of the capacity. So this also one of the issue, because we are not having coordination with other agencies as well. Utility lines have to come in, but our drainage system has to be there as well. So the issue is, how are we going to communicate with other agencies, other authorities, so that we can have a proper drainage system, and while we don't undermine the usage of all the utility. Okay, look at the next slide. This is some of the issue. We have clogged drainage system. Of course, we have found a lot of rubbish. I think it's the habit of our people here. They like to throw everything into the drainage, because to them, drainage is just like a big dumpster for them. So we can find a lot of rubbish down there, and this is a huge headache for the department who is trying to carry out the maintenance services. Next one, you can see all this. And you can see all this, I don't know what is that, mattress and some other things, furniture. Sometimes we find furniture as well. I don't know who come up with the brilliant idea to have furniture thrown into the drain, and later on it caused the flood, and eventually flood the whole neighborhood. That's what really happening right now. Next slide. Our scupper drains all filled with dirt and rubbish, and causing a lot of fresh flooding issue at the neighborhood area. Next one. See, it's so difficult for our colleague from council to assist us to clear all this scupper drain. Next one. Again, all the solid waste, siltation, pollution, all coming into our drainage system, river system. Okay, next one. We look at how other countries dealing with their stormwater. You see, different countries have come up with different manual, different strategy, different approaches to deal with this kind of stormwater. I think our DID Malaysia, the MASMA, actually made a reference to the Australia version, and we come out with a manual that is suitable for our local condition. And Sarawak, we use MASMA as our basis and come up with SASTOM. So next slide. This is how we come up with it. You see, the United States has this LAD, Australia has WSUD, and then Malaysia, we had our manual, Sarira Masuk Alam, and then Sarawak, we have our own version of SASTOM. Of course, we base it on MASMA. Next. This is our MASMA SASTOM guideline. We come up with a lot of SOP, the checklist, the checklist, the flow chart, to guide our counterpart, especially consultant, on how to come up with a proper substorm concept drainage system. I don't want to go into the detail. I think most of the participants in this conference are very familiar with our substorm, because I think we have been using this for the past three years. All the submission must in compliance with our substorm. So basically, substorm is talking about the quantity control and the quality control as well. I don't want to go into detail. We can just skip this one. The thing is, I always having receiving question about why we have to have substorm. Like I just mentioned, if we have a huge drainage system, and then we are going to have a problem at the downstream area, because we cannot build to build a drain. We don't have the drain reserve, we don't have the river reserve, and then we're going to have maintenance issue. So the substorm concept actually is talking about control at source. Every development project should cater for their own surface runoff, on their own discharge. Whatever additional discharge due to the development should be taken care by that particular project. So control at source is the principle of substorm. You control your water. So we want to control with substorm facility, either by heavy retention pond, or some of the water storage facility. They all can be considered. So next, I think some of our project we are already using substorm concept. You can see the substorm facility. Next, you can see our soft landscape with this one is a detention pond. It's a dry pond somewhere at the Jalan Bau. Next one is some of the dry pond, the inlet and outlet. Yeah, this for the same project. This one another dry pond at Taman Tugu area. For those who are familiar with Miri, this is what we have. This is our newly completed project in at the Taman Tugu area. Because that area are always having a flash flood problem, so we would like to divert all the flood water into the pond first before it can flow to the downstream. Next, this is just some statistics and that you can see on the map, having all this flash flood over the years. You can see the frequency and the severeness of this problem. I think it's getting worse and worse. The flood risk and flood hazard map, you can see the flood extent within the river catchment. Next. This is our Kuching integrated stormwater master plan. And then this is our proposal, how to tackle the flash flooding issue. Next, another Sungai Banang area. Next, this is Malihat Matan. In Sungai Mao, you see the downstream of Sungai Mao is all populated and fully developed. So there is no way if we don't use the substorm to counter this problem. There is simply no drain reserve for us to build a bigger drain. So substorm is the only solution, only feasible solution right now. Yes. This is just a typical cross section. The flood where the normal river level that you can see. If we really need to have a proper river corridor, we do require a huge river reserve, which at this moment, I think most of our river at the downstream area, we don't have it anymore. Next. This is our goal. If we could have this within our urban area, but I think we do need to have a proper planning on all of this. If we could have such strong concept on every new development, we could achieve. We could achieve this. Next. This is our urban the next information management system, UDINS. The UDINS is more like a big data kind of thing. We collect all the drainage data information, the inventory of all our drainage, especially our DID monsoon drain, the coordinate, the size, the location, the invert level, everything is all captured in this system. So that when there is a new development or there is a proposal of some flood mitigation project, we can use a UDIN because it will be up to date, and then all data will be integrated. And then so after certain year down the line, we can still refer back to the UDINs and capture the latest information, just in case there are some new development coming in, and then we can give a proper advice or comment, so that we can achieve more coordinated kind of effort, not only within our department but also with other agencies and together with private sector as well. Next. We capture all the information and we identify all this information within the catchment area. And then, of course, we're going to identify the land use as well, so that when we come to the running of the data for the simulation, or even the size of drainage, the extent of flood problem, that can be achieved with the use of these UDINs. Next. This is one of the submission plan by engineering plan submission. So we capture the information and we key it into our UDIN system. Next. We try to make use of the latest technology. Everything is moving towards digital. So we try to make use like all the rainfall data. We have the real-time rainfall data as well, and then we make use of all this technology, and then we try to come out with a proper green feature for our infrastructure. Next. This is actually in the old days, our ancestors, they know better than us. You can go to some of the kampong, they build a house on steel because they know that the area is flooded. But nowadays, a lot of us like to have a house on the level land, on the level ground. And when the flood water comes, there is no way for them to escape. So instead of having so high costly earth filling activity for the development, this is some of the proposal that we can adopt and adapt to it. So we might actually, this is another way to look at it. It's worth for the architect to think about it. Next. Our strategy, different kind of inlet for the scupper drain. It's easier for maintenance. Next. This is our cover drain inspection with CCTV. We make use of this kind of tiny camera. Next. this is just some information on the operation and maintenance for our drainage. I think in Sarawak, the drainage is under various authority. The idea is looking after the trunk drain and some of the substone facility as well. Local council has their own drainage inventory, which they're going to take care of the maintenance as well. But we have to work with each other because drainage are interconnected. We cannot isolate one drainage with another because water will flow anywhere. So the idea has to work very closely with the local authority, the local council. Next. Way forward, I think we have no other way. Like I just mentioned, Sastok is our only way out right now because at the urban area, we simply don't have the river corridor anymore. We don't have the granite reserve. You ask people will say they need to reserve the space for the utility, for the road, and the last thing they look at it is drainage. But when the flood comes, there are people looking here and there, try to figure out where can they build a bigger drain. There is no way for you to build a bigger drain. The only way out is building Sastok. You control the water within the own sub-catchment. And we make use of the yieldings so that we can capture all the information. And that information will be useful. And then later on, we can provide proper advice to the higher authority on especially on the land use, on the commercial activity within the catchment. So this will come in handy. Next. I think, of course, the department is always looking at how to be environmental friendly. The development must be able to sustain, and then we want to work towards a greener city. And at this moment, I think this is a critical point. I think, especially this time of the era, we have to move toward that direction. Otherwise, this issue will keep on coming back. And then there's no way that we can recover if we don't act right now. Yes. I'd like to thank you all for listening to my presentations. I'd like to thank my colleague for helping me out with all this presentation, the slide, the information. Also the organizer for your effort as well to conduct this webinar. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer Lawi, for a very interesting sharing. Actually, for myself, especially, I learned quite a lot of things from there. And for the participants who just joined us, you can post your questions in the chat, or later on, because I will you can actually ask directly after the second speaker. Because after the second speaker, we're going to have a forum where you can discuss about what is being presented later on. Okay, with that, I thank you, Engineer Lawi, for his presentation. And I would like to invite the second speaker. Our second speaker is YB Engineer Law Kechiang, who is currently the chairman of Padawan Municipal Council. And he is also a professional engineer. He graduated as a civil engineer from Glasgow University, Scotland in 1983. And he is also currently the assemblyman for Batu Kitak. The title of his talk will be Roles of Government Agencies and Local Councils on Urban Drainage Management, Challenges and Issues. With that, I would like to invite YB Law for his talk.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Dr.
morning.
Bong.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, I was just trying to unmute myself.
Okay.
Thank you for inviting me to this very interesting and informative international engineering conference by UNIMAS. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Ting, yourself and your team for organizing this drainage conference. This event, can you hear me? Sorry? You good? You can all hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes.
This event is so very important because we witness flooding issues around us. I won't like to say every day, but very often. After a heavy rain, we get flooding issues. And the challenges to the government and our engineers and the people in this industry today on drainage is so very challenging and important. Even developed places like the Orchard Road in Singapore, developed places like Melbourne gets flooded. So the question to us engineers is how often and under what rainfall occurrences will be acceptable. We know that today with global temperature rise, the thinning of our ozone layer, and due to open burning and the emission of gases and hydrocarbons into our atmosphere, all these cause changes to our weather and sea levels. And our rainfall intensities in this region is very high. And sometimes a hurricane. To harness this form of nature, to harness this form of the forces of nature, so-called, for the benefit of mankind, is therefore a big challenge to us engineers and leaders in government, directly or indirectly associated in this field. Coming to issues closer to our hearts, things like carry on from what Engineer Lowy has just mentioned earlier in his very informative talk. Issues like illegal landfill blocking natural streams. This is a big headache at the local council level, at the local scene. Illegal landfill by landowners blocking natural streams. And of course, we don't see a master drainage plan in our state. I know that DID is trying their best to come up with, a master plan. But as our area develops, developers are unable to discharge their water, their surface runoff conveniently. So my question would be, our MASMA, our SASTOM, the retention and detention ponds, how effective are they? Looking at the problems we have today at the council level, I have a big question mark there. I think there's a lot of room for improvement, a lot of questions we have to ask ourselves. SARSTORM and MASMA may work in countries where rainfall intensities are not so high. But in Sarawak here, in this part of the world, with torrential rainfalls, we may need sizable parks and open spaces to absorb all this water, which may be right, which we may need to look at. If we look at countries like London, we have the Hyde Park. We look at New York, we have the New York Park. All these parks, I think, are important, and it's time as well that we look into this and to advise our government. Parks are not just parks, but it's a place where we can naturally retain water. Water can seep into the ground and get retained naturally. So I believe that parks are important as we develop our cities. Like I said, detention alone may not solve our problems, given our short bursts and extremely high intensity of rainfall every year. I know that most of us are engineers today, and I hope that through this event, I myself will also be able to obtain useful suggestions and proposals on this subject of drainage. The reason I see myself is our State Legislative Assembly will start on the 9th of November, which is a few days, a week or so from here, 2 weeks from now. And I believe that this is a good platform for me as a State Legislative Assembly, and as an engineer, I'm also very interested to bring up matters relevant to our engineering industry. And I believe that these are also issues that are affecting my constituency, not just the problem faced by Sarawak, but it is also issues. Flooding issues is everywhere. Drainage issues is everywhere. At the council level, allow me to say this. In Sarawak today, our State Planning Authority approves all planning proposals submitted by interested parties, that is, the developers. The process starts with preliminary subdivision of properties, followed by draft subdivision plans, which incorporates detailed measurements of designated lots, boundaries of buildings, including road reserves. When all these have been approved, the applicants, through their architects, through their engineers, will be informed to submit engineering plans to the local council. These plans goes through our public health departments, our engineering departments for vetting and comments before being forwarded to Lands and Survey Department, who is also the final approving authority. It is not the council, by the way, that is the final approving authority for engineering plans involving drainage and stuff. We all give our comments to Lands and Survey, including the Drainage and Irrigation Department, and also JKR would also be invited to vet through the proposed roads and traffic flows and junctions affecting main roads and highways under JKR's jurisdiction. So all these comments will go to Lands and Survey Department, who will look at it, give their comments, and inform the applicant eventually, and also approving the engineering plans eventually. So DID, the council, JKR would be invited to give their comments. The Department of Environment, DOE, and the Department of Natural Resources and Environment Board will also be consulted when building plans are submitted after the approval of engineering plans. As an engineer, I believe that we have mastered, all these years, I believe that we have master plans identifying land use and categorizing and accommodating the different industries. Our engineer Lowy just now from DID has picked up this point and mentioned about it as well. Likewise, I find a lack of master plan for drainage in the state. Developers today find the shortest and available drainage discharge points to discharge surface runoffs from their developments. And this is what most consultants do. I can't blame the consultants because consultants are supposed to find, engineers are supposed to find a solution. And today, the only solution for developers is to find the nearest discharge that they can find. And most of the time, and most often than not, this causes flooding downstream of that development. You see, initially, there was no flooding, and the drains were big enough. But as the surrounding property develops, surrounding owners will raise their land to accommodate their developments and discharge their surface runoffs into the nearest drain, which happens to be the old housing estate next door. And these drains in this old housing estate downstream of the new development cannot handle so much water coming through and therefore floods eventually. And this is the typical problem faced by the local council today. This is a typical problem faced by all the local councils in Sarawak. And I believe that the challenge facing us is to work hand in hand, the Drainage and Irrigation Department, the local authorities, Lands and Survey, the State Planning Authority, and I would like to congratulate UNIMAS again, for coming in this time. And not just sitting in your comfortable university, but you are coming out to work together and find a solution. Thank you very much. We need to acknowledge our process of planning approval, which lacks the consideration of drainage requirements and drainage reserves, to accommodate future developments when the region becomes fully developed. And this is where we all come in. Dr. Ting, Dr. Bong, DID, UNIMAS, this is where we all come in. We must identify, we must acknowledge the problem we have today, the root of the problem, so to speak, and hopefully nip it at the bud if we can. And having acknowledged all these issues that we have on hand, the problem leading or the problem causing all these floods that we have today, then we can better formulate long-term strategies to address our state's drainage requirements. And I feel that, this is the best time, if not the right time, before it is too late. If we don't look at the issues now, I'm afraid it is going to be too late. Today, we are already experiencing flash floods everywhere. And in my constituency, every time it rains, there are many housing estates that are flooded. And in my Padawan Municipal Council, even though there's so much land, and I find that the Sarawak River is not flooded. The Sarawak River still have a lot of room to take our rainwater. But our housing estate floods within 20 minutes of rainfall. These are the issues that we have. And if we do not address this, it's going to be too late when the whole place gets developed. Like Jakarta, for instance. How to develop a drainage system for Jakarta where the whole place is congested with buildings and structures. And all this flooding not just cause inconveniences to many of us, it caused substantial losses to the public and to private properties as well. We don't have to look very far. We just have to look at Selangor, for instance. There is a smart turner there, but it's flooded as well. And not just flooded, even the bus stop is flooded to the roof. You can imagine how bad is the flooding. And so, this drainage issue is a very serious issue. I hope that Sarawak will be able to learn from all these failures in Selangor, Kuala Lumpur, and we can avoid all these pitfalls. I would like to, like I said earlier, I would like to take this opportunity to invite questions from the floor, questions from everybody. And in so doing, I hope as well to learn this session. Able to bring in. I hope that as an engineer, come politician, I will be able to play my part and contribute my little bit to this industry and to help to make Sarawak a better place for everybody and hopefully be a role model for all the other states in Malaysia. And so, lastly, I wish to congratulate Dr. Ting, Dr. Bong, and your team in UNIMAS for successfully holding this International UNIMAS Engineering Conference 2020. And I hope at the end of this day, we will be able to, as a team, approach our state government and be able to convincingly advise our leaders that we must look at drainage reserves apart from, detention pond and sponge cities like what China is proposing. I believe that may not be the ultimate solution. Those may not be ultimate solution. I believe that we must convincingly advise our leaders to start looking at providing drainage reserves for all major cities and find a way to incorporate drainage reserves into our planning approval. Not just road reserves, bus lanes, not just these kind of reserves. We must seriously look into providing drainage reserves for all major cities. Planning approval in all major cities throughout Sarawak. And as the cities develop, these master drainage reserves must be extended to cover the whole of Sarawak eventually. Of course, it's not possible to do it now, but eventually, yeah. So again, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Ting, Dr. Bong, and your team for inviting me to this to attend this 13th International UNIMAS Engineering Conference. And I hope and I look forward to working with all of you to make Sarawak a better place, hopefully flood-free for all Sarawakians to live in. Yeah, thank you very much once again, and well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, YB.
Keep going.
Yeah. Okay.
I look forward to the questions that our audience may bring up, any issues at all, and hopefully we can formulate suggestions across our.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Bob.
Okay, thank you. Now we will open for questions. Not only for way below. If you have any question you want to ask to Engineer Lowy, you can also do that. So any questions, we will invite the participant to ask the questions. You want to ask?
Tidak disturbance punya sound. Dia punya background sound ni. Macam mana lift?
Just get my hammer and we. Sorry, everybody. We have to unmute everybody first because the background sound is too much. So maybe the person who wants to ask the questions, we will actually. Can you please write on the chat box?
Sorry, we have to unmute everybody because the background sound is too much. So if you have any questions, I think you can type in your chat box. Either you type your name or your questions that way. If you type your name there, I will unmute you so that you can speak directly to our speaker. Is it okay or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah. Jeremy, you want to ask a question? Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, you're on mute now. Okay. Okay. It seems like they are still I think they're still thinking on the questions. Okay, maybe I start with one question for both of the speaker. Is it okay or not? For both Engineer Lau and also YB Lau. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Because it's like this. Now we see that maybe in the general public they see that when it flooded, they don't know who they should go to. Is it the ID or is it the local council? So may I know what is the scope of each of the department, and is there any gray area between these two the jurisdiction of the council and also the DID, or any gray area between these two organizations?
Mm-hmm.
So who want to go first?
Okay. Lo.
Yeah. Okay.
Ravi, you want to go first?
Okay, I can go first. Law. Yeah, since you are law, I'm also law. I'm the older law. I go first now. Yeah. Every time there's a complaint, I find every time there's a complaint from the public, unfortunate or fortunate, it goes to the council first. You know, anything at all, I find, even from drains to catching dogs to, family quarrels, it will come to the council, and the people will just call me directly as well. That's the problem I find, and I think that this is a good event because it is basically flash flooding most of the time. After 20 minutes of rain, the place floods. I would like to say thank you to DID because I know that recently, since the last June, I asked for a drain in front of Jalan Kalong Ningkang to disperse all the water, the flood waters from Capital Garden, from Arang Road, and hopefully, further back, Dongan, WengHongUrban, all this. And I've been asking for this huge drain, this monsoon drain. I believe that, and I'm thankful to DID, I believe that this drain is going to be done. This is where, I think that we should all work together, and I appreciate, DID for for understanding the issue and agreeing with me that it should be done, it can be done. And I believe that drain done, it can better transport the water down to Sungai Maung. And from Sungai Maung, it goes to the river. But beyond Sungai Maung, I don't know what else to do because it's a big river. And then after Sungai Maung to the river, there's the barrage again. So it's not just a single problem. It's related. Water go from point A to point B, and along the way, there's so many obstacles and challenges we have to address. And at the council level, we try to address all these issues by reconstructing our drains. And the unfortunate thing is, we only have MARIS funds to do that. And MARIS funds from the federal government only allow us to repair our drains. We cannot construct new drains. And when we want to look for funds to construct new drains within housing estate at the council level, we have to apply for BP1, BP2. And BP1, BP2, every year we ask for about 40 million. We only get 2 million. These are issues. These are real issues on the ground facing the council. We have no choice because as the surrounding develops, people start building. There is no drainage reserves. The only way is to widen existing drain as much as we can. And if we can't, we have to use the road as a drainage outlet, the road, and then cover the road. These are the issues that we face. And, I don't have any, immediate solution to all this, except, we try our best to bring our water, widen our drain. In so doing that, it becomes a reservoir, a small little reservoir. Our drain's big enough, so we try to accommodate as much water as we can from new housing estates that are coming up. So the old housing estate would have to sacrifice by giving up their roads as a drainage system. And and along the main road, we try to improve. And I'm glad that this time, in my constituency, DID has agreed to build this drain. And then hopefully it will get discharged into Sungai Mau. And from there, I'm sure DID would know better and best how best to address and how best to facilitate the water in Sungai Mau right up to the sea. So over to you, Engineer Lowy.
Yeah, thank you, YB. I think YB does a good point there. So the thing is that of course, council has their own jurisdiction on their drainage, and DID have our own drainage as well. So, but do bear in mind that the drains are interconnected. So, one way or another, the water will flow from the council drainage towards our DID Musum drain. There is a reason why our Let Tok Nan put DID and local council under the same Ministry of Local Government Housing, because I think Let Tok Nan do understand that DID and council must work together in order to mitigate this kind of drainage issue. So we try to using our substance concept together so that we can have a better system and then to deal with this problem. And also, when any issue come out, we are always work with the local council. I think that's why YB Law, at his area as well, he always when he receives a complaint, he always come to the ID and talk to us, because whatever the council did for their drainage, we need to get that information as well, because eventually the water will flow into the ID's front drain. So we don't really, in terms of water, there is no boundary. But in terms of physical maintenance, yes, it is, we differentiate between council drainage and DID drainage. I hope that answers your questions.
Okay.
If I may, Dr. Bong, if I may add on.
Yeah,
sure. I think the drainage reserve that Engineer Lowy mentioned earlier, in his talk, that drainage reserve is very, very important. In my area here, for instance, I find there's like Bengor, Taman Bengor, for instance. In order to discharge the water because of developments, we now have to go through a house. But then we don't have that that will, or the political will, or whatever will we want to call it, to bulldoze through that house. We should buy over that house, create that drainage reserve, and just bulldoze it over. Because at the moment the water meets the house at a T junction, turn left, turn right, and then turn left again before it goes to the river. You know, a drainage reserve like this will not work. It will just cause more problems. But we must have that will to say, okay, we have to do it. We buy over that house, and then we bulldoze through and then create that drainage reserve so that the rest of the area, the water that comes down, can come down faster and easier. And having said that, to avoid this kind of situation, it's time that we sit down. Maybe this is a good occasion, UNIMAS coming together. We sit down and discuss about this, and then have concrete and convincing solutions and advices that we can approach. Maybe our local government first, and tell our leaders that we need drainage reserve. In our SPA approval plans, we must identify drainage reserves. Of course, easier said than done. Developers, their land are so expensive. We will say you have to give out, 500 meters on both sides for a drainage reserve. They will say, I don't have to develop anymore because I cannot make it. But then the government can also think about, okay, we need this drainage reserve. Instead of asking the developers to give up their land, like we always do, or this is a 20-meter road reserve, you must give it up. You must surrender your land to the state if you want to develop your land. But when it comes to drainage reserve, we may want to look at it and say, okay, fine. The government should come in and say, we buy over this drainage reserve. You can still develop the rest of your property, but we pay you for this drainage reserve. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bob.
Thank you. Okay, we have one question from one of the participants. Okay. The participant mentioned that maybe during the planning stage approval, local council or DID need to approve the drainage approval for any development, and also maybe need to involve the Sarawak River Board for the outlet discharge point to avoid flood issue. So the question is there any requirements in the building plan approval to approve drainage plan?
I'd like to answer that.
Yeah.
I think after the state cabinet endorsed our system, and then we encounter a lot of problems like what YB Law mentioned just now. When it comes to engineering plan submission, the subdivision plan has been approved. There is simply no reserve for the drainage. So we came back and talked to SPA. We voiced our dilemma, and then they agree with us. So now we come up with another SOP. So for any development plan, before they submit to SPA, they have to come to DID first to get our non-objection letter, so that we will be able to identify where is the proper or appropriate drainage outlet or drainage reserve for the area. And then, of course, we also don't want to cause additional burden for the developer. So since all the development must surrender 10% open space area, green and open space area. So we try to make use of that green and open space area. If we can align our drainage reserve, make use of those areas, and then before they submit to the SPF for approval, and then which means we can have integrated kind of effort to come up with a proper development plan. Then later on, SPA, the higher authority, could make an informed decision based on the submission. So actually, we are doing it right now.
Okay. Anything you want to add, YB Law? Anything you want to add on that question?
I agree with Engineer Lowy, I do agree with him that we need to advise our government about this drainage reserves. So I look forward to the day when we can, we can approach our state government and tell them, we need these drainage reserves, and it must be in the approved SP. It must be in this SPA approval. Yeah, I hope I've answered the question. Yeah.
I would like to also ask the speakers, with DID policy at the moment, how is that actually aligning to SPA policies, and how much involvement is it from the councils when it comes to approval of drainage plan? It's actually three parties here: one SPA, one DID, and one local council. I think we are all actively, the three parties should be all actively involved. So how is that working? How's the policies like now in between the three agencies in the sense, so that we can have like when developer handling the engineering plan, so they actually, what is it like that, that they can ensure that this is going to be correct through all three departments?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ting. Allow me to try to say something here first. The developer will submit their engineering proposal to their consultants to the council first. The council will look at it and forward to DID for comments. Of course, the council will give their comments. The council will just go through, we'll just check through the size, well, not exactly the size of the drain. The council will just check through whether the road reservation standards are there, the size of the drains are not smaller than the road reservation standards. And if there are calculations, the council may allow a smaller drain, even though road reservation standards say that, there is a recommended size of drain under the road reservation standard by length and survey. But with calculations proving that, example, if it's on top of a hill, even though it's a 100-meter road reserve, there's no need to put in a 6-meter wide drain, for instance. We can have a small drain because it's on top of the hill. And the council will look at all this and give our comments, and then after that, we'll forward it to DID and to all the other authorities for comments. So when drainage is concerned, we would do that, forward to DID. And I'm sure DID would look into the overall drainage issue, meaning, from this housing estate, if the water gets discharged, will it cause problems downstream, and whether the requirement of fast form has been made. I'll leave that to maybe Engineer Law. You want to continue from there?
I think in terms of engineering submission, yes, council, DID, we work with each other to give proper comment on the drainage size, the flow direction, the proper outlet, everything. But over the years, we do discover that when the development plan has been approved by SPA, referring to the previous question, when it was approved by SPA without a proper drain reserve, and even when we do the calculation and find out that this approved drainage size is not adequate, and we want to have a bigger size, but we don't have the drain reserve anymore. That's why we went back to SPA and informed them that before you approve the subdivision plan, you must get referred to DID first. So now the whole process has been changed. So for any developer, if they want to submit the subdivision plan to SPA, they have to come to DID first to get a no objection letter. which means we agree with whatever the proposed flow direction, the outlet, even the tentative drain reserve, or even sometimes some of the development involve diversion of existing river or existing stream, which they must get a NOC or JSON letter from DID before SPA would even have that development plan into their meeting agenda. So I believe with that kind of practice, when this development plan is approved and go to the next stage, which is the engineering plan submission, like what Dino mentioned, then the council and DID in the second stage, during the engineering plan submission stage, we will have less headache when we could building or try to identify the drainage reserve or river reserve for that development area. So now, instead of we are always at the second stage, now we are trying to be involved so that we can provide information prior to the stage 1.
It's very interesting. I think whoever if you're working for developers now or different councils, I think this is a very interesting topic here, because I think many people, many parties are actually sometimes confused, with the submission, and I think SPA maybe they are not very clear about getting the DID to actually give to submit to DID first before submitting to SPA. So I think this sharing that the both of you have given here, I could really summarize that basically the councils will just look at the basic drawings and whether those sizes are okay, and then DID will look at more into the calculation whether when this area water discharge into the main drains will cause issues, you see. And then if that fits in with the plan, then SPA should have no objection. So that is how I see it. Okay. Why we not do something else? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Tekin. Okay, if a developer wants to develop his land, submit plans to SPA refer to DID. I think DID would still be unable to solve this problem unless, okay, a developer submit and DID said, okay, we need a drainage reserve, not just for this development, but for any developments that are going to come up, connecting this development, maybe right up to the river, which is the source. It could be kilometers away. We need to identify the drainage reserve, and to be fair to the landowners, we should acquire them. When we know that these are the drainage reserve, we should acquire these lands under Section 47, 48. I know a lot of people would be unhappy with me, and I hope that my land will not be acquired also. Nobody would like the land to be acquired. But then, if we don't look at the situation this way, we don't advise the government this way, we will end up like Jakarta. We will end up like Thailand, We will end up like Kuala Lumpur. Even though it's such a big city, it's still flooded, and when it's flooded, the whole bus stop is flooded. I mean, how can that happen? Haven't we thought about this in the first place? Haven't we identified a drain that is big enough to deliver the water fast enough to the river? Why haven't we thought about this? And having said that, Dr. Ting, Dr. Bob, there's another engineer law. There's another problem facing the council. People fill their land illegally. Under the land court, it says that any natural stream has to be maintained by the landowner. They must maintain that natural stream. But there's a lot of unscrupulous people around that fill up their land because they know that if they don't, they have to build a drain right through their land as a drainage reserve. So they fill up their land. And so the land, instead of flowing straight, it reached the inlet, it turned left, go around the land, turn left again, then go out to another river. And the consultants of the day try to accommodate the developer and try to propose a drain big enough to discharge this water, and it doesn't work. Well, sometimes it does, but when we start, that's the example I gave you earlier. Now the drain used to be big enough, but when too much water comes down, it ends up in this house, a row of terrace house, and the drain ends there and have to turn right. We have to buy this house and bulldoze it through in order to solve the drainage issue. But we do not have that political will. We do not have that, I don't know what will we can call it, but we just don't have it at this moment to do that kind of thing. And I believe that, to avoid all these issues, when SPA submit plans to DID, I think if I may suggest for consideration, DID would identify and say, okay, we need this drainage reserve. Therefore, state government buy up this piece of land. And from there, just like road reserve, we draw in this drainage reserve all the way to the river. And whoever wants to develop their land will have to surrender this drainage reserve, but the state government will pay for it. I mean, the state government can impose Section 47, 48, 49, just acquire. It's not very fair, but I think what we can do is we can compensate the landowner, obtain a big enough drainage reserve. I like the picture that Engineer Lowy shot, the Singapore one. I believe I saw it somewhere as well, where otters are playing around, swimming in that stream. Imagine it's a concrete drain. You have no life there. But that stream in Singapore, is full of life. And I've seen pictures where a lot of people bring their family out there on the weekend for a picnic, apart from the otters having a picnic there. Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Ting.
Thank you. Thank you for
a little bit.
Yes, go ahead.
In order for us to acquire the drain reserve, we have two approaches. First of all, our SUSTOM. When we apply SUSTOM concept on any development plan, we don't have to build a very huge drain because we just need to retain the water. The second thing is we are actually doing drainage master plan for all of the major cities. We're having drainage master plan in Kuching, Samahan, Sarikeng, Sibu, Miring, and keep on going. The purpose of having drainage master plan is we have to identify the future land use area, the required drain reserve, the alignment of the drain reserve, even identify the existing flow path or existing river. With all this information captured in the drainage master plan, we will be able to provide proper comment to SPA. Where how big is the reserve? Where is the alignment of the reserve? How much how about the nature of the area? This all has to come from the master plan as a basis. We cannot just simply dump in and say, I want this big of a reserve. Data backing us. We must justify for all of this information, and then so that when we face SPA will ask the question, how do you come up with this information or this requirement, and we can refer back to our master plan. Drainage master plan should be like the planning for the whole city. And our planning, drainage master plan, is not only for now. We are looking 50 years from now. Because we cannot afford to build a drain now and later on 10 years from now, the drain is too small, we went to demolish it and build another one. They are wasting government money, wasting our taxpayers' money. So what we need to do is we have to have that kind of master plan to tell us what we should do or what we should not do. So it has to come together. We cannot simply do anything without the information.
Boss lah, this the good statement. your
Okay.
Okay.
Uniman plan asking to build a drain there lah. Yeah lah, I pass for the first and they say, hey, you know.
Excuse me, is there somebody who wants to pose some questions? Because we heard that you are asking some questions, or is your mic mute, is it? And you're talking on the line? Yes, so if you have any questions to our speakers, and please feel free to actually put it in the chat box, or just put your name in the chat box. We will unmute you, okay? And also, there are also representatives from the other councils here, such as MPKS, DBKU, and BDA as well. I think they're not all here yet because most of them will be attending the afternoon discussion session. Maybe if there's anybody from MPKS and DBKU or BDA from Bintulu that you are also concerned about some of these issues that the two speakers have brought up, please by all means can you also let us know. We will unmute you so that you can put in your input for us. Because besides MPP, I believe that MPKS and DPKU is also the backbones of Kuching, of our beautiful city. So I think we also want their input. There's a question here that I want to ask. I think some of it is covered by our two speakers already. What do you think is the major issues, in terms of urban stormwater management, actually, from EID perspective and also from the council's perspective? I think some of the two speakers actually started to answer this question just now, But is there any things that you want to add on, maybe from the other councils? Not only in terms of submission, in terms of approval of plans, but also in terms of maintenance, because I believe that some people here are actually, the councils are doing most of the maintenance, and the idea also have a maintenance team. Am I right to say that? Then, is there any overlapping in those areas, besides the engineering plans, the approval, the submissions? We're also looking at the later part whereby the drain has to be maintained, has to be rebuilt, has to be cleaned, and rehabilitated in circumstances. Would there be an issue and overlap between all the councils and also the ID?
I think that rarely happens. Council have their own drainage inventory. The ID has our own drainage inventory. So we do know that which drainage belong to which authorities. So there is a really rare cases that to have a gray area on whose drainage is this belong to. I don't think that is a problem.
Okay. So the territory is very clear, huh?
The frequency of maintenance.
So is there any way to actually synchronize between the councils and the ID?
Sorry, you are breaking the way, so I cannot really hear you.
Is there maybe a sort of like a synchronization? Is there a possibility to synchronize this with the councils in terms of maintenance and what you do in the procedures of maintenance and all that? Timing, procedures,
Sorry, come again. I can't really hear you now.
Okay. What I'm saying is there a possibility to synchronize between the councils and also the ID in terms of drainage maintenance, or is basically leave to the jurisdiction of the two authorities?
Basically, what I'm saying is there a way to synchronize the role between the council and also the ID? Yeah.
Allow me to try to answer that question, Dr. Ting, Engineer Loh. Like Engineer Loh say, the council through our Maurice funds, we have a Maurice funds, we have a Maurice records, and through the Maurice funds we maintain our drains, our roads, our verge, our curb, our painting of road lines, and stuff like that. And there was an inventory that we record down, And from this inventory, we submit to the federal government that give us the Maurice funds to maintain. I think likewise, DID is the same, and that goes for JKR as well. We all have Maris funds to maintain our facilities. The only unfortunate thing is, like in the council, we are only given 17,500 ringgit a kilometer of road. 17,500 ringgit, and for Stone Road, and we're given 27,500 ringgit for the premix road. But you can imagine, just to construct 4-inch thick premix over 1 kilometer would cost at least 350,000 ringgit. So what can 27,500 ringgit do, for the council? How do we maintain so many kilometers of roads? So that's why in our housing estates, you find, in our housing estates, there are so many housing estates, so many drains, so many earth drains, so many concrete drains. Some of the drains are 30, 40 years old. The drains need to be replaced, need to be reconstructed. But we don't have that money to do it. I was hoping that we had the 20% oil royalty, and we could have done it, but then we don't. But at least now we have got a 5% sales tax, which is about 3.3 billion. And if we can get, 4 times that amount, which is almost another 10 billion, I think we can do a lot for Sarawak. But that's the fact of the case. 27,500 a kilometer to maintain the road, to maintain the drain, to maintain the curb. How to do it? Just the premix is 4-inch thick. We lay over 1 kilometer. It's already 350,000. Just the premix alone. What to say about the drain? These are the scenario, and I have to start looking for our CM, please. Our CM is very kind, and he gives me the money, but how to give it to the whole of Sarawak? This is the challenging thing. Yeah. But
so money is the issue.
Sorry. So this is the scenario. And I believe that JKR is the same. DID is also the same. And recently we see JKR, from 1 billion road grass cutting maintenance, it was reduced to 800,000 for the whole of Sarawak. How to cut the grass on the roadside for 800,000 when the original budget was 1 billion? These are the issues. That's why all the grass along the main road now, along the federal highway, all not cut. I was thinking of bringing a cow along to eat the grass. Not many cows in my area, so I can't do that. Yeah. Sorry, I was just joking. I was just
no problem. Yeah.
Just being nasty.
That would be very environmentally friendly, actually. Yeah.
Oh, you
green.
At least we can have some cheese.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Is there any comment from other councils? I think Mr. Chun, is Mr. Chun here from DDA? And I think there's Mr. Tahal, is it? Tahal? Because we also hope to get some comments from other councils, council members from other councils that we can give you and advocate. Yeah. If not, then we also have another question here.
We have one question from our participant. I think this one is more directly to the idea. Okay. So the question is it necessary for the consultant or the developer to provide the on-site detention pond if the development is next to monsoon drain or river, why not just going directly to river or drain?
Okay. Like what I mentioned, Sasdong is based on the concept of community. If you just simply direct discharge into our monsoon drain, it will be overloading existing monsoon drain, and whatever the runoff of the discharge will go straight away towards the downstream. You know that the downstream is most of the downstream area is populated commercial area with no proper or no sufficient drainage reserve or even river reserve. So for you're just going to transfer your problem towards the downstream and flood the downstream. So we simply cannot allow that. So it comes back to the question, the original question. We allow for sustainable development. If people is aiming towards environmental friendly, we are looking at it as one of the environmental friendly infrastructure. Then your development, if you can go for green building, you can also go for green drainage. I call it green drainage. This is my own term. It doesn't come from DID. This comes from myself. Green drainage means you don't overburden the existing drainage. Otherwise, the downstream will become the victim due to your development. I hope I answer the questions.
Yeah, I think you answer it correctly. Okay. Maybe that's one quick question from me now. Maybe for both the council and also the DID. Okay. One of the current issue now is people are talking about climate change. So what are the strategies or preparation by the council and also the DID to face climate change in terms of urban drainage for the future? Yeah, climate change.
Sorry, Dr. Baum.
Okay.
At the council level, we are encouraging everybody to reduce the use of plastics. You know, we're trying to do that, and I find that the public in general are very encouraging. They are willing to cooperate. You know, we're trying to reduce the use of straws, plastic straws, plastics, and hopefully, one day, when we can produce enough hydrogen, like what our CM is trying to do now. I know that in many countries now, developed countries, they are turning to hydrogen for energy, which is green energy. And if we can do that for Sarawak, and we can export, our energy elsewhere, I think that'll be good. Yeah, we can all do our little bit. For those countries who can afford to do it first, we do it, and we can help to save our earth. If we can do that, and we will reduce the problems on climate change, the rise of seawater, the North Pole melting, that kind of thing. I think the way the richer countries are already doing it, using cleaner energy, and I'm glad that Sarawak under our CM is trying to do the same. And I'm sure it will succeed. I'm sure it will succeed.
Would the councils and also the IDB be looking into maybe greener kind of materials for drainage in the future?
If you ask me, I'd like to address the question in such a way. First of all, when we come up with our drainage master plan study, we do take into consideration of the sea level rising effect. So actually, we identified that problem, the potential implication towards our drainage system in the next 50 years. So that's why I keep on emphasizing every city must have their own drainage master plan, and then with all factors considered, so that we can come up with a proper design. We are not doing firefighting. We do a drainage now. In a few years, we come back, we have to replace the drainage with a new one. No, there is firefighting. We are trying to prevent the flood from happening. There is one aspect. The second aspect is when we come to climate change, we want to use a greener feature. What feature is more greener than other than having our natural river? Our detention pond are all made of earth and grass. It's grass turf. It's natural. We don't put concrete lining. That is the best solution. But if we don't have a proper planning before the subdivision plan, we cannot make use of open space. If we can make use of the open space and turn it into a green infrastructure for the drainage, then that is the best environmental friendly infrastructure that we could have. I hope I answered the questions.
Yes. Because I understand that for all development, we always leave 10% for green. That is very much of a Sorokin kind of regulation, isn't it? So you are suggesting that why not also get 10% of green areas? We also make that the on-site detention more effectively in those areas, so that the developers do not have to also give up more lands or more lots to actually accommodate for OSP. Am I right to say that?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Because I think a lot of developers, they are usually very, very reluctant, because when they heard about OSP, most of them were trying to, get away with it, because it does require them to actually, build more things, give up more spaces and all that. I think if we can incorporate that into the that 10% of green, I think that would be quite interesting. I mean, if we can have a more interesting solution, in that sense, I think that will save money for the developer and also to fulfill the design requirements that is required by the councils and also DID and SPA as well, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's just about thinking a bit more creatively, isn't it?
Yeah, if you go to Singapore, their car park are all turf with grass instead of premix. If we can do that in Sarawak, imagine how much green area we can increase. Or you look at, just go for any commercial area, so houses. You go to MJC, you go to Gala City, all the car park are premix. Do we need to have a premix car park? Can we have a greener car park? Can we do something about it? I'll leave it to the higher authority.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Engineer Law. That's an interesting point. I mean, we have all these perforated interlocking tiles, perforated, where grass can actually grow.
Yes.
And the library, our Sarawak State Library has those, and I find it very nice, very, very soothing to the eyes, and actually water can actually sip underneath.
Yes.
And they have a huge pond at the back of the place, and it just retains water. I think we should look into things like that. Yeah.
I think it is very unfair for the DID in a way, because as an engineer myself, many times when I heard about SUSTOM and also OSD, the assumption is basically bigger drains and also building a big pond and also maybe rainwater harvesting. All these are so commonly the common solution that consultants are giving to the developers. So that means something is missing here, isn't it? I mean, that somebody is not getting across the message that you actually don't need to build OSB, you don't need to build bigger drains, but if we can make use of the, green areas that all development can give up anyway, that may be actually helping a lot, So I think this session is very interesting in the sense that it means that DID themselves, they are not put off by the idea, because all the time we assume that we must do OSB, and that is a very hard way kind of thing. So today actually I understood from IR law that actually you all are very open to ideas, in that sense, huh?
Yes, we welcome all kinds of innovative.
All kinds of suggestions, isn't it? Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. I mean, it's very good to know that actually. Yeah. So maybe, but of course, I think some of the maybe it's happening with HQ, but there are some DID maybe in the localized area like Miria or Samarahana, that they may not, they may not be getting that. So there's something to look into, I think, from the DID perspective, isn't it?
I think sometimes it's the mode of communications. They are not on the same page. I believe all my divisional engineers, they are all having the same idea. Most of us not prefer that kind of hard structure for SD because maintenance compared to DID, you will become our burden. If you only have a retention pond or some kind of lake, recreation lake, we love it because for us it's just a minimum landscaping kind of maintenance, right? And then it looks nice to the nature. But if you want to put some kind of hard structure, in the moment we need to clean it out or we have to do the repair it because in case it is damaged or whatsoever, so it becomes our problem. I believe most of our divisional engineers, I believe that they are all agree if we can use the greener feature for that kind of substone facility.
Okay. So actually, this. Sorry.
Something came across my mind. We have been at one point in time we were talking about using dams. We have a lot of dams. Using dams to control the amount of water coming down, like Kuching, for instance, if we can control the amount of water coming down from Batu Kitang, for instance, Bangor, Batu Kitang, there about that side, the water coming down, then we can actually, if we can control that water, then we can actually prevent flooding. Because the dams is a huge reservoir, it's the best storage for water when it rains. Maybe, Engineer Law may want to throw some light here.
There actually there are few factors affecting that dam proposal. The first one is that dam have their own function and purpose. So they build the dam only up to certain height to retain certain level, certain depth of water. So if we want to use it for flood mitigation, which means during the what they call this monsoon time, the dam is supposed to hold the water and don't allow the water to go towards the downstream, and it might eventually burst, overtopping the dam and damage the dam, and that could cause disaster, So that is one of the considerations. So unless the dam is really built for that purpose, otherwise I don't see we can use the dam as a flood mitigation measure. Yes, it might be able to serve only up to certain degree or certain level. It cannot be, it's not a total solution. The second problem is that our rainfall, due to the climate change, our rainfall pattern is unpredictable, and then sometimes the rainfall doesn't fall into one subcatchment. It's not evenly distributed. So we have the problem with Sarawak is our river system. We have so many different tributaries and so many different subcatchments within this one main catchment, and that will cause problem. Maybe the dam is on one tributary, the water from another tributary tributary going into Sungai Sarawak, and that also caused a flood issue. We will not be able to afford to have so many dams at each tributary at the upper catchment. So that we have to consider as well.
All these ideas that is being discussed here today, we will also later on sort of like do it up in point forms and all that. And I think all the participants, all the authorities who are present here, we would like to give it to you, so that maybe from what we have discussed, you will start to see that there's some points that was previously unclear, and then now there's some new ideas or some new way forward for everybody in that sense. Yeah. So I think thank you so much for the two speakers. I think we're almost at 1 o'clock already. I'm just wondering if there's any other questions that the floor would like to actually pose to our two speakers.
If Dr. Ting, if there's anything that I could bring up to the Dun, maybe Engineer Law, yourself, have any ideas or any suggestion, any something that is useful for me to bring up to the Dun, I would love to bring it up to the Dun, and all the ministers are there, our relevant ministers are all there, CM himself also there. I think if we can bring a message across to them on how important it is, drainage, the issues of drainage. If we can do that, not just maybe like a spark or something, in the Dun that this is important. I don't know. I'm just thinking aloud. Yeah.
Generally, I think at the moment the biggest issue is now the biggest issue is there's a lot of flash floods around Sarawak. Okay, not only in Kuching, and I think that really boils down to what many people would actually think is actually the overall plans are not being done properly. So I think there's many issues here that need to be trashed out actually. So I think one of the issues is maybe we don't have a proper drainage inventory system that is very clear about all the drains in the whole Sarawak. And I know for sure that the idea is actually putting an effort into what is called the UDIN. Okay, and this is an online platform that they wish to show all the drains in Sarawak and the location, the type, yeah, and to have an overall what we have, the inventory. So I think they are working on it, but I believe that they will need the input from the councils, because councils will have all their drainage systems, and it cannot be just an effort of GID alone, to create this particular system. We need the councils to play their part, to do their own inventory, and of course academicians like us would love to help as well. Maybe we can coordinate between the DID and also councils in that sense, and then we create an online system that all the consultants can actually access and see what sort of facilities is there already, and then when they do design, it may actually help in the sense that they can consider further, where the catchments are, where the rivers are, and where the current drains are running, whether it's big enough and all that. So I think at the moment, the designs that is being done are very localized. It's like, I have this piece of land, I only know I need to fulfill this requirement, and the moment I discharge my 50 houses into the main drain, of course the OSD calculation looks okay, but they did not consider upstream, and they do not consider what are the facilities downstream as well. So I think these are the issues that we can look into. I think if the government can actually pump in a bit more resources in terms between the councils and DID to actually execute this using better, it may be something that is worth looking at in the sense, yeah. And also because this system will be able to help with the maintenance later on. That's what I believe, yeah. I think a lot of effort actually by DID and also council. It's just that the public cannot see it, and what happens is when they get flooding, they, of course, the first blame is the council. councils, and then there's a tendency that end up not sure which drain, and then the council says it's not my drain, it's actually DID drain flooding, So I think there's a lot of this pushing and pulling game going on here, So I really hope that this sort of from the university's perspective, I really hope that there is a solution at the end of the day that all the authorities in terms of drainage can actually synchronize with one another, because at the end of the day, it's the livelihood of the people, that is affected. No matter how much we talk, their house will be flooded, and their work will have to be stopped. They can operate shops, and all that. That is a lot of money lost. It's livelihood of the people when it comes to flooding, and urban storm water management, actually. So I think that is something that we want to hope that this session can actually come up with, is to synchronize this coordination between the ID and councils in a way. I hope you all can agree with me in that sense. Not on
Thank
the
you.
design,
Thank you, Dr. Ting. Maybe, so I should bring this up in the Dune and suggest that the Ministry of Local Government to take the lead, and maybe DID to chair this tripartite association. or Unimas to take the lead, whichever.
Yeah, okay.
I think that would be good, Then we can start somewhere.
Yes, start somewhere, Start the conversation, to continue this conversation in a way,
Yeah. I'll bring a short paragraph in my. I'll put a short paragraph in my speech this November.
Okay, thank you so much. And this afternoon, our topics will actually be revolving around OSD and SARS-CoV. So for those of you who are here, can you also please get your colleagues to attend, if they are not here yet this morning. It's going to be, we want to catch up issue on SARS-CoV, and then if you're a developer, you may be interested in this topic as well, and also the design engineering, they should be interested in this topic because there's a lot of issues with this SARS-CoV, asthma, and also OSD. So these are the issues that I think we want to sort of start the conversation this afternoon. And then also we want to talk about control of stormwater at sources, and other topics will also involve like what are the other challenges that are faced by councils and DID, so that we can actually make the public understand, because there's about 30, 40 class of participants here. They're all pretty quiet, they're all listening, so I'm sure they will gain a lot out of the insight. So this afternoon, I believe YB Law will still be with us, right, this afternoon?
Yes, I would love to be with you.
Yes, please.
I may have to find out what's the code and the different code numbers.
It's the same. You can even leave. You can even leave it on just like this now, and go for your lunch and come back, so you don't have to log in again.
Okay.
Engineer Law, can you stay with us?
I won't be able to join you. I'm supposed to be on my way to Batong right now.
Thank you for accommodating us.
But my engineer will join you.
Yes, please. We really need the ID input. This is not going to work if it's just YB Law alone here.
YB Law can cover for me actually.
No. There's a lot of technical stuff. I think Engineer Law is
very expert in it.
I appreciate what he has shared this morning. I've learned a lot as well. Yeah.
And I really hope that the other councils, if you are here, you're keeping very, very quiet. So, can you please send a representative to actually, answer some of our questions as well? Because they actually gave us a name, like 5 from PPA, 6 from MBKS, and 6 from DBKU. Really would like to hear their input this afternoon. Yeah. Okay. So I think for now we will just go for a break. We will leave this session on, so you don't have to go away if you don't want to. But we'll be back at 1 hour. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll continue with our discussion. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
everybody. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wadilong.
Thank you, Dr. Ting, Dr. Wong.
See you.
Yeah.
Dr. Law.
Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon to all the participants. Okay. So, welcome to this forum. Welcome to this forum, which is part of the special track sponsored by WengHong Plastic Industries Singapore Hut. Okay, for the first hour of this forum, we're going to talk about SASTOM. Basically, the topic will be urban drainage using SASTOM. So, any of the participants who would like to join the discussion or post any question, you can either use the chat or you can just post your name in the chat, and then I will unmute you so that you can speak on your opinions regarding this topic on the SASTOM. Okay. So yeah, we can start now. Let's see if there are any questions here. Okay, maybe I start first to keep the ball rolling Okay. Maybe I have one question just to kickstart the forum. Maybe this one can address to maybe someone from the ID if they have anybody here. Okay. So maybe we start with the easiest question first. What are the objectives and philosophy behind the introduction of SASTOM in Sarawak? Okay. Maybe if there's any engineer here from the ID who would like to share about SASTOM on the objective and the philosophy behind it. Anybody would like to share on Okay, these are SASTOM here. Basically, the background, this SASTOM was introduced by the DID Sarawak sometime in the year 2016, if I'm not mistaken. And then this SASTOM actually gives you the guidelines and the requirements for submissions for consultants and also developers for the especially for development in Sarawak in terms of the urban stormwater management and also on the erosion sedimentation. And this SASTOM actually it complement MASMA It complement the MASMA. So this SASTOM, if you look into SASTOM, is actually more on the requirement for the submissions, and also talking about something on the detention, the requirement for the detention form, and what are the requirements by the DID Sarawak. Okay. But more on the technical things, it's actually still it goes back to our MASMA, especially our MASMA second editions. So basically that is the background of the SASTOM But then again, because the SASTOM has been introduced since 2016, so far, how about the implementation of it? What are some of the challenges? Maybe I can get the ball rolling maybe from the audience, anybody who would like to share their experience when it comes to using SASTOM maybe, or anything that encounter when it comes to the SASTOM requirements. Okay. Anyone? Yeah. Hello? Anybody would like to share it? opinion.
Mr. Tang, is it? Mr. Chang Ching Boon, you want to share something with us? Actually, we wouldn't have any speakers here this afternoon. It's actually sharing between all the engineers, which is from design, consultant, developer. Anybody who has anything to say about the topic, good or bad, we are more than welcome to put it here. Okay, you don't have to show us your face. It's okay, you know. But even if there's no answer from the authority, we will also put up the question to them later on. Yeah.
Because in this session, we actually will compile and see what are some of the concerns regarding the topic that we're going to talk. Okay. And then, if possible, maybe we can discuss, bring it to the authority that's involved.
There's some practicing engineers who are willing to share their experience when you design using Substone. We are more than happy to actually hear from you. Actually, yeah.
If you would like to share, maybe you can just type your name in the chat so that I can unmute you. Yeah.
Oh, looks like a very quiet session today this afternoon.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Dr. Bong.
Yeah. Hi, Wai.
Dr. Ting.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Ting.
Yeah. We are actually. Where are all your MPP engineers? We would like to hear from them also.
Oh, okay. Let me call them. I'll give them a ring. They should be around.
Because they're registered with us, huh?
Yeah.
If you're very shy in asking the questions, you can just ask the questions in the chat box. Just type it in the chat box. And in the chat box, you have to the host and presenter. Then we will see your question. Otherwise, we can't see your question. Okay. Maybe we were asking about the design philosophy. I mean, like, what do you think about Substone design using Substone? How's MPP? What is MPP doing towards this matter?
We all have to follow that. But then we don't really look at it because it's under DID.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever we receive the engineering plans, we will forward it to DID for their comments on Substone. Yeah. So on our part, we just normally we just look at the set requirements, the council level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we look at setback requirements. Yeah, and then and things like our public health requirements, the backlands, common sewer lines, and all those sort of things. We take note of that to see whether they have submitted. But where Substone is concerned, we leave it to DID to comment. DID will also go through those plans. Yeah.
Substone, I believe, is something that is pretty much of a Sarawak thing. Okay, I mean, it's actually from Masma, and Sarawak took it over, and then they created DID here. It's DID right now.
Yeah.
So DID created Substone.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why the ID is so quiet. They don't seem to want to defend their product today. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is concerning the design to a lot of the design of Sarawak's drain, you see. But then, as academician, I think Sastom to us is very procedural in terms of submission. And then most of the time they ask us to refer to MASMA, see, and I'm not sure what the other design engineers have opinion on this, you see. Do you find it user-friendly? Do you like it? Do you think it's working? Do you think it's actually doing any good? You know?
I would say nobody likes it.
Okay, good. I think neither do we.
All developers are not in favor.
Yes.
Nobody is in favor of Sastom. But then because it's a requirement, so everybody tries to comply. And the consultants try to. The consultants will just tell the developers, "Oh, this is a requirement. You have to comply." Yeah.
From my understanding, is Sastom is not very clearly communicated to a lot of the designers. And whenever they handed in the drawings for the engineering plans, the drainage plans, to the DID, different DID will actually comment differently, you see. And then end up there is no specific standards that is governing the approval of those drawings. So some say, okay, the design is fine, you know, and some say it's not fine, and they need to ask them to add this, add that, you know, and then that's why I think a lot of developers are not happy in that sense, because there's no proper design procedures in a way. Yeah, that's what I understood, you know. So I'm hoping that KID may have some people here to explain these things to us, you see. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Ting, for your information.
Okay. Thank you.
Sastom is an adoption of MASMA, so everything is referring to MASMA. So we are not just creating new. So Sastom guideline is just a preparation of checklist to the planners and designer and as well as developers to refer to as a checklist before they submit for the planning submissions and engineering plan submissions. So in the comments of different division having different comments, that one I'll take note of it. But so far as I concerned, that the idea is concerned, everything should be standardized, and we are referring to the same manual, which is MASMA.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Tan. Madam Tan is from DID. She's a senior engineer over there. I think today she can actually help us with answering Sastom's question. Yeah. So I think this is what we actually gather from some of the designers that we know, you know, that they sometimes they do samarahan, you know, they get a lot of comments, you know, and that is different from what they would get maybe, you know, if they're doing similar kind of submission, maybe.
So sorry, Doctor. Yeah. So you are specifically mentioning samarahan division, is it?
Oh, no. I'm just saying example, you know, and then, yeah. No, I don't want to get some people into trouble. Yeah. Yeah, so we just, would it be better actually if instead of, because since we're creating Sastom for Sarawak, would it be better actually if we can take a look at MASMA and then see if we can actually better sort of like synchronize it or better write it, you know, into Sastom in that way? Is there a possibility of doing that?
We are doing it right now. We are just adopting the MASMA. So the Sastom guideline is just a checklist to simplify the checker and the planners and the engineers. That's it. So everything in the design, everything's still referring to MASMA.
But the thing is, a lot of people think that Sastom is the manual, you know.
No, it is just a guideline and with the checklist.
Okay. So I think we can make this point clear. So Sastom is a checklist. Yes. Design drainage in Sarawak.
It is actually a guideline, but then all the information, it is read in conjunction together with MASMA.
Okay, so I need to read two documents from the designer.
Yes.
No, you mentioned just now that you are actually doing it or updating the system, is it? So what is the thing that we can expect from the coming version of this system?
Sorry, I can't hear you just now.
Okay, because just now you did mention that you are actually the idea is actually updating the system. So what can we expect from the coming version of system, the latest version? What are the things that we can expect to be included there?
The third edition of Storm is still in the process of drafting it. So we are still discussing with the relevant authority, especially Ministry of Urban Development and Natural Resources. So in the planning stage, that how could we simplify the thing and the form?
Okay.
So does Saston would not tell you how to do the calculation and but it's only to tell you what must be submitted. Am I right to say that?
Yes, it is. So calculation-wise, you have to refer to MASMA.
Okay.
So we are still referring to MASMA 1 and MASMA 2.
Both MASMA. Actually, how well trained are our engineers in Sarawak with MASMA? It's basically a West Malaysian standard, am I right?
No, I believe in all local university, all are learning MASMA.
Are we?
Yes. I did introduce the student to the concept of MASMA.
Okay. So the child is our lecturer in drainage.
Okay.
Right. So is there anything that, as a local authority from the IB, is there anything that you think MASMA should have and is not there?
Sorry,
Okay. Is there any what would you say is the strength and weakness of MASMA? Because now we are looking at SASTOM. SASTOM is basically the submission procedures. So I'm sure that one we can always improve it as we go along. But the actual design procedures we follow MASMA. So in terms of MASMA, what does CIB think is the weakness and the strength of MASMA actually?
Okay, for us, MASMA water management. So every should play absorbing and storing the water and slowly releasing it. So this is to help and everybody to play a part in the stormwater management.
Okay. But within MASMA, does it tell you what are some of the methods that they can adopt in order to withhold the water? Or is it basically leave up to the designer themselves to design?
The design option is all mentioned in the MASMA, and the option is open to all the designers.
Okay.
So they are all welcome to the ID office to have a discussion and pre-consultation before the official submission. So this is to avoid any further delay in approving any SASTOM planning or any engineering plan submissions.
Okay.
We are trying to help as well. So if possible, the consultant before submit in officially, please come for discussion.
So it's better to go back to the different divisions, the ID, to actually ask their engineers. Am I right to say that?
Because the approval is the divisional engineers.
Okay.
So everything still go back to them instead of coming back to HQ.
Okay.
Except HQ is dealing with DBKU and MDKS area only.
Oh, okay. Not MPP, why?
Then you have to ask my boss.
Okay, this is all recorded, so it's okay. We will ask your boss next time. Okay. Right. Yeah. So what we are also saying that so okay, now basically I hope that participants here actually can get something new again today. Basically, from my understanding, now the comment from DID is basically SASTOM is actually, because a lot of people when you talk about SASTOM, they talk about it as a Sarawakian design standard. And now that you explain, it's actually just a checklist, okay? And that should not be taken as the sort of like a Bible, like in that sense, or do or die kind of list, you know. Of course, you need to fulfill that submission requirement, okay? But then it does not explain on MASMA, on design of OSP, you know, that sort of thing. So, and design of drainage. So I hope that all the participants here actually understood from this particular forum that we don't take SASTOM as the Sarawakian standard for design and regulations for drainage construction. Okay, so we still have to refer back to MASMA. So if you're not good with MASMA, I think it's better to learn MASMA ASAP lah. Okay, and there should not be any confusion anymore to the industry when promoting MASMA and SASTOM. Okay, and SASTOM in Sarawak so far the implementation. How far along is the implementation actually? Like how much is it being adopted? I mean like MASMA lah in a way lah. Yeah.
From my understanding, all the development have to comply with SASTOM. This is what we have right now.
So it has to comply with SASTOM means that the design has to be according to MASMA design lah.
Dr. Ting.
Yes, hi.
I have a question for Madam Tan, Engineer Tan. Everybody has to comply with MASMA. My question is, how successful is MASMA? How effective is MASMA? Because the way I see this, I mean in West Malaysia, for instance, we still have so much flooding, you know. And I just mentioned this morning about our torrential rainfall. Our kind of rainfall, you know, can be, 170 mm, rainfall, and then within 20 minutes, the whole area is flooded. And recently, I noticed also that Jalan Dongan, I'm not sure whether it's a good example to point at. There was 2 blocks of a condominium there, Jalan Dongan. I don't know how much SASTOM facilities have been included in those 2 developments, but I have received a lot of complaints about flooding at the back of this housing and this condominium. At the back of this condominium are residential houses. They were saying before the condominium was built, there was no flooding. Now the condominium is built, their houses are flooded. Luckily, it didn't go into the house. The compound is flooded. So how effective is, how efficient is SASTOM in addressing our problem? I just mentioned those 2 condominiums in Jalan Dongan, no? And if the SASTOM facilities are there, then they should not cause any more flooding to neighboring properties, but they are.
Okay, for your information, YB Law, the development, as you mentioned just now at Jalan Dogan, is without SASTOM. For your information, the implementations of SASTOM is only started in 2017, and whereby the submission is not really much. And the case of Jalan Dogan is without SASTOM, just want to mention. So as YB Law mentioned earlier about what is the effectiveness and how effective it is, SASTOM in managing the stormwater. So I like to highlight here that, for example, like in KL, why it is still flash flooding events happen. So the contribution factors for the flash flooding also due to the extreme rainfall, the low-lying area, which is the Dogan just now, and sometimes it is due to the clogged drainage system. So it is nothing to do actually with MASMA. MASMA is just to help in managing the stormwater and releasing it. And we shouldn't object it as it's already being implemented and adopted in all advanced countries. And this is the way and way forward for us. So for Jalan Dogan case specifically, I would like to mention here, it is due to the low-lying platform. And we are still looking at it, but it is mainly on the secondary drainage system.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Tan. When I refer to Dongan, I don't refer to the terrace, the houses immediately along Jalan Dongan. I know those old houses are very low, they're flooded. I'm referring to Lorong 2 or Lorong 1 as we go through Bastard Mount. It's those houses there, those detached lots, but very old detached lots along Lorong 1, coming in from Jalan Kalong Ningkan. Those are the houses. The one near the hill, no problem. As we enter, the one at the back, they are the ones that are complaining. But never mind. It's still not a big issue because the water doesn't go into their house. So they requested for some dredging of drains, which I told the developer they are more than happy to do it. So we seem to be able to address the problem, contain the people. My question is, it's true. MASMA has been used by many other countries, developing countries, many countries. But does it work for us, for Sarawak, for Malaysia, for this tropical belt? That's what I'm saying. Because in this tropical belt, we have torrential rainfalls. 20 minutes of rain and the whole place is just flooded. And then 20 minutes later, the water disappears. So is MASMA workable under situations like this?
Yes, it is YB Law. So as mentioned also, not only because of the annual rainfall, but then I think we have to really look at the calculations submitted by the consultants. As YB Law mentioned just now also on the climate change. So for your information, in designing the, in consideration of the design calculations, now we are referring to Hydrology Procedure 26, HP 26, whereby we really consider the climate change factor. So all this has been taken into considerations. So the calculations for all these MASMA should be correct. That is why sometimes it takes time for the ID to really check through all the calculations submitted by the consultant.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dr. Ting. I have another question for
Madam
Tan.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, maybe not just for Madam Tan, but for us as well. Is it fair? This heavy rain, we're requiring the developers to put in storage, such a big storage area, to give up such a big area for storage. or to construct storage apartments below ground just to store this water. I mean, is it fair, to require the developers to do that? Shouldn't the government come in and provide this kind of facilities so that the developers just concentrate on building their houses? And because to me, it's a huge amount of money to spend for any development, and sometimes it doesn't justify the cost of the development. Yeah, I may be wrong, but I'd like to hear from you.
For your information, right below, the state government has spent a lot of money in mitigating the flood. So we have received the funding from state and federal. So I think everybody has to play their part, especially in managing the stormwater. So every parcel of the land, they should play a part. So instead of everything pushed to the government, so all this have to be controlled at source. So it is not necessary to be costly. So the option is still open to all. It can be a dry pond whereby when it is not raining, it will be dry and can be a playground. So it will be an added value to the developer and as a park. So you can use it as a park. So it increase the aesthetic value of the housing estate. So this is the point of view from mine.
Wow. And another thing I would like to add, maybe this council maybe can think about it because I read it somewhere, like in the US, some of the state or the council there in the US, they actually implement stormwater tax. So the tax that the property owner will be used to manage or to build these stormwater facilities. But I don't know whether it's can be implemented here, stormwater tax.
Yes, actually this is talking about drainage contributions. So this is what we have planned in the ID as well. So all this planning needs approval from top authorities. So we are planning for the looking forward on the drainage contributions whereby the developer is being imposed for certain fees. So the purpose of that drainage contribution will for the ID to maintain, to acquire more land for regional pond, something like that. So we are working forward on this, and all this need top approval.
Actually, for engineer, as myself, I'm an engineer. I'm also an academician. I think a lot of developers and also engineers, they kind of not really get the idea of home, and they also don't get the idea of this the detention, the idea of detention. Okay, to put it in a very simple layman terms, correct me if I'm wrong or not. Basically, when we build development, okay, we are actually putting. I mean, you have a piece of land which is previously in a very stable kind of condition because of the soil, because of the trees, because of the grass. Everything is in a very stable state, for the past, thousands of years. Okay, now suddenly come a human being like us, and we want to build something that is hardcore, like concrete, and pavement onto this piece of land. So we are actually disturbing, Mother Nature in that sense. So when the rainfall comes, okay, originally this rainfall would take time to go through the ground, and all that, and then it is stable. But now, because of all these hard surfaces, we actually have water running off too fast into the normal drains, and we cannot sustain, and therefore flooding happens. Okay, so I think developers and all design engineers need to realize one thing. Okay, because we're taking something away from this piece of land, we need to contribute back to it. And I think it is very fair to contribute back to it. Okay? You are disturbing the balance, so now you are trying to recreate back that balance. Okay? So how to recreate that balance, we have to put it, we have to retain some water over the period of time before everything gushes into the drain and then it overflows the drain. So if you have one development, the drain can sustain. If you have two developments, it barely can sustain. And if you have 10 developments, the original drain can't sustain. So, and we cannot keep on building bigger drains, okay? It's not reasonable. So I think what I understood today from DID is they have a lot of effort, okay? Their effort including us as developer or engineers being able to go up to their offices, divisional offices, to seek their advice first in terms of design before you actually get kicked back and redo it, you see. So I think I'm sure Madam Tan can actually bring it back. Madam Tan can actually bring it back to the your bosses, that maybe there would be something that is more unspoken between all the divisional offices that they can help, at this initial stage of implementing Subsong and MASMA in Sarawak. That more help will be given to the developers and also the design engineers. Okay, and I also added that DID actually does not limit that you must build OSD, you must have big drains, you must have rainwater harvesting. They don't. It is actually suggested in MASMA, but DID. Correct me if I'm not wrong, from this morning from IR Law and from Madam Tang here, they do not limit you to these options. And in fact, they actually like it quite a lot if you actually respect the natural environment, the greens to actually do this OSD concept. Okay? So I think that is something that we really have to make it known to the public and also known to the external party that it is not, you cannot assume that because the idea Subsong is in the picture, MASMA in the picture, or you must build a huge pond. Every development must have a huge pond. And I think we basically, through these sessions, we have already cleared up this misunderstanding. And I think council also can play a part here in encouraging the usage of this green area to make use of this area, 10% of this development, to actually complement OSD. Am I right to say this, Madam Tang?
The option is always open, so it can be a combinations of any. Can be combinations of OSD, rainwater harvesting, or whatnot. But then you have to prove it by providing and submitting the calculations. So this is what we check.
Okay. So I think after these sessions today, I think a lot of the IRs here will go back to the officers, understanding that, you really don't have to design a huge pond in every development in order to do OSD.
And beside this, we are also organizing the stakeholder engagement every year since 2017. So unfortunately, this year we cannot do it because of COVID. But then we have been giving talk to the planners, to the consultants and architects. So if they have any doubts, they have no problem to refer to the ID. But then I think we have clarified all this while that we didn't insist any options that are fixed, but then everything is flexible, but depends on the calculations that they submit.
Okay. That's so excellent to hear, actually. Yeah. So I think we really can actually create a very green Sarawak here if we actually all implement this idea of using as much of natural kind of environment as possible in order to do retention. So I think retention is something that we have to do no matter what, because it just cannot sustain if we don't, it's not going to be sustainable development at all if we cannot contain this extra flood water. So it's basically, but we have to use a more green method in a way. So I think all engineers really should think about that, and maybe we can even work with a bit more with landscape architect as well in order to come up with something that is nice. Because now the 10% of green to every developer, it only means to create a park. It only means to create a park for a few slides, say it's a community thing. So I think YB Law and also the rest of the other councils who are present here today, I think maybe we can really think about that, and also when you do your checking for your green area, for the drawings and all that, maybe you can also take a look at how that green area actually can contribute to on-site expansion.
We have two questions here from our participants. Okay. The first question is, has there ever happened a conflict in terms of the custom requirement with the council building bylaw? For example, maybe if we want to follow custom, maybe we need to change the road reserve size, road path, or way of the way and size or utilities reserve. Basically talking about conflicts between the custom requirement and also the local council bylaw.
Yeah, Dr. Bong. I don't think there was any conflict there. There's no conflict there because storm is a requirement under DID. Where the council is concerned, council only looks at the let's say footpath. According to the SPA approval, how wide is the footpath? The drainage that is provided, whether it's adequate, based on storm, whether the drainage is adequate, the size, and all this. So I don't think there's any conflicts as far as the council requirements are concerned. Yeah, council only checks setback, basically setbacks of building, the alignment of the drains and the concrete verge, for instance, and then the road verge, and then the whip holes. I mean, not whip holes, the drainage holes along the roads. Council only looks at that, those requirements. Yeah.
My question is, let's say the developers they actually requirement, they actually suggest maybe to use a green pavement or some sort like a perforated or what is that? That have holes. Infiltration kind of pavement, So let's say DID approved because that is part of the custom and MASMA requirements. So the calculation everything passed. But then would the council say that because of your maintenance is not on, because it's going to be part of your council's maintenance, and you don't allow it because you don't want to cut more grass or you don't want to have problems with changing those pavements later, for example, like in a few years, So then you insist on using a concrete pavement, for example, or a concrete, curb or something like that, So I mean, that may be some contradiction here. So what the idea allows, would that be, were you able to synchronize that with the council's requirements, especially when it comes to utility reserve and also road reserve, for example, you see?
Yes, Dr. Teng. This morning I mentioned about our Pustaka Negeri Sarawak. If we look at their car parks, they are perforated concrete blocks. The water can actually seep in, and the grass can be cut. The car park is very nice. Yes. But having said that, I haven't seen any of this kind of a construction, say, for shop houses You know, say for the shop houses that we have at the moment, I haven't seen anything like this yet. Say for instance, 7 Mile or 3rd Mile Bazaar, we don't have this kind of things. But looking at Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, I feel that it's quite possible. It's quite possible to have that kind of construction. Yeah, I feel it's quite possible to have that kind of construction. It's just our willingness, you know, the people's acceptance of it. Yeah, I think it will help. The water will seep into the ground instead of getting into the drain. If the car parks can be interlocking, you know, as we drive along the premix road, and then when we want to park, we park into this area. It's going to be quite a big area where water can actually seep into the ground. I don't see why it's not possible. It's just that we never do it. And nobody actually proposed, and you know, the authorities never think about it either. But maybe we can start from here.
Yes.
And toy with the idea, and then it will help. It will help to retain quite a bit of water. Yes.
I think MPP area also covers, as a council, you cover quite a huge area, you know. So I think if you can start from your council, your council, I think it will really be more of a spearheading the whole thing, like, to actually using actually natural kind of retention rather than build a huge pond which nobody will want to maintain later, or build what's called a such-storm drain. I mean, like, we don't call it such-storm drain. There's no such thing as such-storm drain. Drain is still a drain, you know. It's supposed to move water. Okay. And then I think maybe it's a bigger drain, you know, so we can actually have this make use of this natural environment and natural kind of material for us to actually contain water, hold water longer before discharging the drain. I think this is something that I think all entities should be looking forward to. And I think the idea from what IRLO and also Madam Tang is projecting here, they are actually very open to this sort of ideas. So let's say if they have, if developers and also engineers face problems like this, your creative idea get banned at the divisional office, maybe you can contact the HQ for help. Yeah, you never know, you know. I mean, everything needs to start somewhere. There's no point of following the idea of if it works before, then we will continue to use it. Okay, so it's time that we actually create, you know, and also try out something new. And other engineers, IR here, design engineers who are in drains, are actually willing to share your experience when it comes to MASMA design and such-storm, and the difficulties that you actually face when it comes to getting approval from the authorities. Is there anyone who are willing to share? I mean, I don't think you get penalized, you know, for that, you know. Yeah. Because we have IR Zawawi here. He's one of the very prominent CNS engineer. And I'm sure there are also a lot of other engineers who are here, some developers who are here, you know. Because being in the
yes, everything.
Yes, hi.
Yeah, hi, you mentioned my name.
Hi, Zawawi.
Good afternoon. Okay. Engineer Lo here, how are you, sir? Yeah.
Very good.
Very good, huh? Okay, I'm compelled to share something with those here attending the conference here. I'm delighted to mention that my firm at one time, I think around 10 years ago, was appointed by DID Malaysia, JPS rather, Malaysia, to undertake the stormwater management study, okay, for Kuching and Samarhan division. Okay. And then we were asked to engage a foreign consultant and we managed to secure the service of a foreign consultant from Australia. Yeah, and unfortunately, that particular consultant was, the company in Australia was winded up, in that they stopped providing the service. So we have problem in looking for a replacement. Yeah, and luckily, JPS Malaysia agree that we outsource consultant from Malaysia. So we managed to get one, and then we managed to complete the project, and then we have submitted the necessary reports to JPS Malaysia. It is the storm management study for the Kuching and Samaran division. So my question here is that I believe Engineer Tang just now, is it, from BID Sarawak? Yeah. I just wondering whether she can let us know how far have the ID Sarawak or JPS Malaysia rather implement what we have recommended, yeah, in the study. Which leads to the MASMA concept as well. Yeah? MASMA. So MASMA is actually a concept of control stormwater source, right? By creating pond somewhere for the stormwater to flow through, and the water will be released slowly, rather than release fast, which will create flood around the area. Okay. So can I pose the question to Engineer Tang if there's anything that JPS Malaysia or the ID Sarawak have implemented, yeah, further to our study that we have undertaken, as what I explained just now. Thank you.
For information, the implementations of the MASMA facilities, or we call it SASTOM facilities in Sarawak, it all depends on the fund that's available. So currently we don't have any actually for any pilot projects in under federal funded.
Thank you for that. What I still can remember, we did propose in our study for a pond to be created somewhere at Jalan Batu Lintang, where Naim project is now going on, right? And I was made to understand also that Naim come up with their own design to create something like that. But I'm not sure whether there's anything concrete or not. For maybe not following strictly the pond that we are proposing in the study. Maybe not. But if there's any engineer here attending the conference, maybe we can get some info from them, or for the matter JPS Sarawak, DID Sarawak, on the submission by Naim as a developer for that area. Yeah, how they want to go about on applying MASMA concept for that area. You know, the Jalan Batu fronting the Telekom Malaysia, nearby the Bomba, the Batak Bomba. Yeah. Engineer Tang, Madam Tang, you have any info on that?
On the approval of the engineering plan earlier by the Naim submissions, that one I have to check on it. But then to really implement what has been recommended in the master plan, as you mentioned earlier, to acquire the land for the pond, for the construction of pond, so that is the one that we lack of. So we are lacking out of the fund to acquire the land for SASTOM facilities as well, to build a regional pond and something like that. So that is why we are in the initiative to come up with the proposal for the drainage contributions for us to enable the idea to have the funding to do acquisitions, to do maintenance, and to construct a regional pond for the community.
So basically for that project, it's going to be a pond, is that right?
I think the design has yet to be finalized.
Actually, Madam Tang, when it comes to Sustom and Masma, I mean, I don't want to confuse our audience here. Basically, we'll just use Sustom and Masma together because it's the same thing. It's just that Sustom, again, I want to emphasize for people who have come into the session late that Sustom is actually the ID's checklist for you to actually submit your documents, submit your design, and what needs to be in the design and all that. But the actual design has still to be done with Masma. Okay, so this is Sustom stroke Masma design concept. Okay, to do water retention for all the rainwater and all the water from the site. Okay. Well, I think what we understand is, do you think that on-site detention with pond is actually a good idea? Because I heard that DDKK, for example, has a lot of problems with their OS pond. You know, like nobody maintained, and then it's hazardous, it's smelly. You know, there's a lot of issues with it. And then now, after a few years of implementation, some of them end up having to be reburied, you know, kind of thing. So, do you think that the idea Sarawak should go along that direction if the pond is not going to serve any other purpose other than detention? I think maybe we really should, you know, think about not using pond, you know, and use like other options that we mentioned earlier.
Well, the effectiveness of any proposed Sustom facilities, it can be OSD underground or above ground, or it can be rainwater harvesting or a pond. It all will down going to the maintenance. So all this depends on the maintenance. So the frequent maintenance will ensure that the functionality and effectiveness of the Sustom facilities can work. So again, the maintenance part will require funding as well. So this is what we also working together, and we'll have a discussion with council on all these things and Ministry of Local Government and Housing on the maintenance part and the responsibility of who is going to take care of all this.
Okay. Yes, because there is a question by one of our participants who said who is going to maintain such things as Sustom drains, or maybe I should say Sustom Masma facilities. So I think Madam Tan just answered that question. It's going to be a joint effort, I believe, between the councils and also the idea. Is there any specific way to actually define the jurisdiction when it comes to this OSD maintenance? Or is the law still ongoing? I won't say the law, so is the regulation still ongoing? Like there's a discussion for the regulation. Because you said that Masma Sustom is only implemented really in 2017. And that means 2020, you probably just get some of the, you know, a very small portion of these facilities being built on site. You know, if let's say it started in 2017, some approval comes in late 2017, and some construction only started in 2018 and then finished in 2019. So a lot of them are actually very new facilities. So have you all decided who is going to do the maintenance?
The OSD mostly will go back to the ID. The dry pond might be going to council because of the open space. So all these are still subjected to the further discussion from my Dato' with the ministry level and the local authorities level.
So you are also thinking about charging some sort like a drainage contribution in order to maintain the drains, maintain sort of OSD facilities. Like a drainage
well,
contribution.
that is just a suggestion, and it's still up to the state whether to accept it or not, or we are using or just utilize the maintenance funds that we have from the state. So all these are still undecided yet.
Yes. I think for the person who Mr. Ng who has posted this question, yes, he also said that it looks like there's still a lot of uncertainty in terms of OSD. Yes, Mr. Ng, definitely. I think because these regulations it's not law, it's basically the regulations. It's only enforced, I think, 2017, and that is for all designers, engineers to actually design for OSD in their development. Is it regardless of the size of development, Madam Tang?
So far, all the development requires SASTOM.
Okay, whether you're doing 10, 8 houses or 80 or 800 houses, it's the same.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Ng.
Okay, I understand that there is certain scale to either to use individual tank or they use pond or use otherwise. Okay, let's say those installed under the building. Under which regulation, I mean under building law, he has to install or how? And then if after installation, let's say, okay, after the OP, and then the house owner bypass, I mean, instead of going to the tank, they go bypass to the drain directly. So who is going to enforce the to make sure these things they are complying with the system? Thank you.
I think Mr. Ng is asking who is going to do the enforcement. Am I right?
Yes, correct. Yeah, I mean those houses, let's say already installed the individual tank inside the house. After the OP or something, they instead of maintenance that one maybe costly for the owner, then they just do bypass and they still go back to the drain. So how is going to enforce the thing?
For your information, Mr. Ng, working on it actually, whether the rainwater harvesting tank to be incorporated in the building by law. All this will need to be reviewed. So all this will be in higher ministry level, whereby all this have to be referred to MLGH. So because the building by law is beyond us, so this matter I think is under discussion. So we don't have the decision yet.
And one more thing, I understand that there is, I think, 1 or 2 submission already. They submit under the engineering plan. They already submit using SASTOM. That means SASTOM drain is going to pass through this one open space or green reserve to the council. And then that's the question why I asked, if passing through the open space or green area, who should be under who? That thing should be vested to the ID or council.
Yes, we are still discussing with the land surveyor because this is all regarding about land matter. Yeah, because legally the things are open space will be vested to council, so it belongs to council. And we hope that the maintenance for dry pond, for example, just grass cutting, so it can be parked under council.
That one I not question, but I mean is at this moment they already start submitting the plan using SASTOM, and then how you going to approve or not approve the plan if they're using SASTOM at this moment?
Yes, we encourage the consultant to utilize the green area or green space that available for SASTOM facilities. Because for underground storage tank, it would be very difficult for maintenance purposes, and it is also lead to the high cost construction cost for any underground storage tank.
Yeah, you know that is very costly. But you hand it over the council is a burden.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, for maintenance part, I think we will bring up this issue to MLGH to discuss further, because
Okay.
the council will be under MLGH as well.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Mr. Ng has a very, very valid question, especially when it comes to, let's say, if I do a tank, for every house, I fulfill the requirement, like as a designer, I'm a developer, I do for but then the house owner, you just go and, cover it up because they don't want it, you see. So then everything will be discharged back into the drain. So that will actually defeat the purpose, in a way. And then would they get penalized? I think that question is a bit like when we do house extension. How does the council actually go and catch people who is doing house extension, after the OP has come out, I think this is exactly the same issue. I think this is something that for the past 60 years, Sarawak cannot solve for people doing house extension.
Because at this moment, this is not covered as part of the building by law, I understand.
Yes. So actually, by right, even the extension, the housing extension that people do, they can be penalized because it's actually by law.
Yeah.
Even this drain is not. I think to be fair for all the councils and DIT, they are making a substantial effort. It's just that at the moment, these things take time, and all the developers is caught in this sort of like a hurricane, kind of thing. The wave of changes, is the one that is have to suffer a little bit, because and the engineers who are designing for them, because it's always like, one day I do this, it looks okay, next day I do that, and it becomes not okay. So what is okay and what is not okay? I think what the ordinances here is actually seeking is actually rather than to bring back the idea is actually some certainties, in that sense. Definitely the certainties here now is Masma Sastong is something to do. It is not something that you can still argue and try to escape. Okay? Now the question is how to implement that, and who is going to enforce it, and what options will be approved, and what type of design and how much creativity we can go. And at the end of the day, maintenance, and also if people are not following the law or the regulation, who can take charge to penalize, or who can take charge to actually rectify the situation. I think out of this whole procedures, I think we probably only have about 20%. The rest of the 80% is still hanging in that sense. So I hope that the developers and the engineers who are here today actually understand the difficulties. And I think WengHongUrban, there's another participant here. I think he must be from one PID or the council. He said that they are doing the initiative to do control. So they really need support from all the parties, as a society, as an effort, as engineers. Definitely, we should play a part in urban stormwater management. Okay, whether it is in terms of option, in terms of design, in terms of maintenance, in terms of pushing for the bylaws to get passed. I think we all should play our part. And us in the university, Dr. Charles Ford and myself, we also would like to do our part. If there's anybody here who needs our input, maybe some sort of study, independent study that can actually help with your effort, let us know, and please contact us as well, so that we can actually help to contribute to this idea of urban stormwater management.
Yeah. There's one more question from one of the participants. Okay, there's one question from one of the participants. This participant actually asked, does the storm also applicable for developed area? Because we see in Sasto, the requirement is for submission, I think for new developed area. Is there any plan to include the requirement of such storm also for developed area?
Would there be more initiative for those areas that is already been developed and they actually have potential to actually include substorm facilities? Would it be possible? I mean, would there be any implementation of MASMA and substorm into those sort of already developed area by maybe DID or the councils? But I think it will be very difficult because the houses are sold, and then, basically only the councils are looking after the area. I don't think it will be quite, nobody is going to actually make an effort, in terms of spending money and all that to actually work on it. So I think it's probably something that is even further, away from implementation of MASMA compared to the new development. Can I say that, Madam Tan?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you just now. I think some interference.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, the question by the audience was actually, would there be a similar effort to do flooding control for areas that is already been developed, meaning that there's not much chance to actually now build OSDR or enlarge drains, what can be done for those areas? Actually, would you guys implement MASMA and also substorm into already developed area, like meaning that it's already been built, but then there is a lot of flooding, for example?
Well, that one will depend on the plans that we have. It all depends. Yeah, and it all depends on the catchment as well. So if possible, we will look at undeveloped per catchment area whereby we can retain the water. So instead of let the downstream to be flooded. So it all depends on case by case basis. But definitely, government will look into it if there is a flood, especially in a developed area.
Okay. Right. So basically, if you talk about development by development, to answer that question, I think new development that's already been done. I don't think there's going to be too much of changes to whatever it is there now. But then with the surrounding areas and the upstream and all that, I think there should be still some potential to actually improve the situation, especially if it has been flooding in that particular area. I think we can actually finish our substorm discussion here. I think it's quite fruitful actually with Madam Tan's contribution from DID. If there's anyone else who wants to actually give their comment, please do so, because it's very difficult also to get all the authorities to be here today because of the time and all that. So we are very, very lucky to have them with us today. So I think even myself, I understood a lot of things after explanation from the authorities, that especially in terms of substorm MASMA, nobody actually say you must have OSD or big tanks or underground tanks. There is a lot of things that you can do, and then try to get your, if you're a developer, try to get your consultant to be creative. Why not? And maybe you can even cut costs in that sense. So like what Madam Tan says here, the idea is actually quite open to a lot of new ideas. And with a few encounters that I have with IR Law, IR Gen C, and also with Chop, I think they are all very open leaders in government authority, actually, honestly speaking. So I think we are heading in the right direction. But it's just that there is a lot of misconception about MASMA and OSD. because it's actually listed there, and on the ponds, the drains, and then the rainwater harvesting, etc. And people automatically go to that options, and they thought that it is we must to implement those options only. So it is actually suggested as below, but not inclusive. It's inclusive, but not all to it. So I think we really can have a lot of additional ideas that we can implement this detention, water detention, urban stormwater detention for our state actually. Okay, let's do more combination of greens and urban stormwater management, and hopefully maybe we can have more landscape architect that can come in to actually help, or the architects actually can come in to help as well in this matter. Okay, now the second part of the forum is actually on control of stormwater at sources. Okay, what is your understanding of control of stormwater at sources? Okay, so what are some of the examples of measures of control of stormwater at source? Okay.
We actually open to participants if they have any questions or comments regarding control of stormwater source. So there's actually a lot of different ways or structures of control of the not necessarily just must have like a on-site service. But one of the issues is regularly stormwater control source is affordable in terms of cost benefit analysis. Is it justifiable to implement these solutions? Any comments from the participants regarding this method control stormwater access? Okay. The next thing we're going to talk about is actually on control of water exhaust. Okay, there's actually quite a number of innovative solutions and ways on how we can control stormwater exhausts. So it's not only necessarily must be used like on-site detention or detention ponds, okay? But one of the issues is in terms of affordability of this storm water control exhaust. So this means in terms of the cost benefit analysis, is it really justifiable to implement this solution? So I'm open to the participant to share their comments on this stormwater control exhaust. Okay. Any comments or questions that you want to pose to the forum regarding stormwater control exhaust? Anybody? Maybe someone from the ID again, maybe can to give us some example of facilities for stormwater control exhaust. Okay. Anybody? Because there's actually some research paper even talking about the cost benefit analysis when it comes to stormwater control exhausts. Okay, So maybe in the beginning of the implementations, actually the cost is quite high, but in the long run, they say it's justified to use this stormwater control exhaust facilities. Okay. Have anybody have any experience working on this control exhaust in terms of the costing? Okay. Or anybody from the drainage detection department maybe can explain a little bit what are the storm control stormwater exhausts. What are some of the examples? Okay. Maybe just to get the ball rolling. Okay.
Or maybe some other DID engineers besides Madam Tang. I think she'll be quite tired of answering all the questions. Is there anyone else who are willing to help her on this matter, or any other engineers who are quite fluent with this matter?
Okay. Basically, control exhaust structures is something that we can control the stormwater from each source. For example, maybe in our individual property. Example of stormwater control exhaust is maybe like we have the on-site detention, maybe underground your house, or even your rainwater harvesting tank can be considered as a control exhaust. But control exhaust not only look into in terms of control, in terms of the quantity of the flow, meaning that we try to reduce maybe the peak discharge downstream, but it can be also in terms of control, in terms of the water quality. Okay. Something that maybe each property owner that can they can install at their own properties, that maybe can have some benefits in terms of reducing the peak discharge or improve the water quality before it is discharged to the collecting drains or waterway. Okay, so basically that is what control exhausts are.
Any developers or engineers here who would like to share their experience on this matter? Very quiet again.
There's one question here from the participant. I just throw out this question. Okay. This is actually about control exhaust. He actually asks that if we install this control exhaust facility in the house owner compound, and then if let's say they're doing renovation and this control exhaust facilities is being removed, is there any authorities monitor this situation? But for now, I think it's not something that is required by law. Correct me if I'm wrong, to have this control exhaust at each of the properties. But if let's say in the future, if this is required by the local authorities, is it possible to monitor, let's say, in terms of renovation and so on, for this control exhaust facilities in individual properties?
Any people from the councils? I think I believe the invitation was actually confirmed by MPKS and EPKU as well, and any MPP engineers besides YB. YB has been with us for a while, so any other representative from the council to be able to help us with that. Because when it comes to the houses already, I think normally the maintenance beyond the gate will always be the councils already. A lot of things are done by the councils in the housing estate. So any idea, like let's say, let's say if there is any issues like this, for example, you already have a contract at your house, then how do you plan to actually try to implement that, number one, and then later on, how do you make sure that it stays there, you see? I think just now also, this question is similar. Basically, I think at the moment, I'm not sure if the council is not answering, then I'll probably think that you probably have nothing that you're planning out for this matter at the moment. Just now, I think same question asked by Mr. Ng also, if let's say the tank is actually removed, covered up and never used, then at the end of the day, who would get penalized? I think just now they actually asked that, they actually answered that. So far, no, there is nothing specific yet. Yeah.
Okay, another issue to consider about this control exhaust is most of these innovation technologies or control exhaust actually were developed in other countries. So how do we ensure that if let's say we are to apply this technology to our local conditions, is there any requirement from the local authorities? If let's say now some developer want to propose these control exhaust facilities at their development, what are the things that the local authorities required from the developer in terms of the submission? Is it just in terms of the calculation only, or is there any other requirement, especially for the one that is not developed from our countries? Anybody from the local authorities, maybe like the local council or DID, that would like to share on this matter?
Okay. I guess this is not a very popular topic in a way. Okay.
Okay.
I think we can actually maybe invite Mr. Vincent from this WengHong Plastics. Maybe they can show us some slides. I think they prepare some slides for everybody just to have a look at some of the ideas when it comes to control and solve. Let's invite him to actually play the slides for us. Would it be okay?
Hello.
Hello, yeah, hi.
Hello,
Yeah, hi.
hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, basically is we can provide a slide to check with the system we are providing.
Do you have the slide?
How I have the slide, but how do I show in the
You can actually can you see share?
share? I can share.
And then you can share and then you can show which file you can show.
Okay, no problem. Let me download the file. Okay.
Masuk, banyak orang masuk. Panelis lah. Orang listen dengan aku.
So Vincent, you can proceed.
How to go for the next slide?
This is PowerPoint.
Yeah, PowerPoint.
Then you just operate like normal PowerPoint. Slideshow. You slideshow.
你把那个好，然后把那个导入好。这是10分啊。做一个学。But I cannot go to the next slide. I'm not sure how to go for the next slide. Wait, where to click? Total thing.
Can you click on your mouse?
I'm trying already, but it's not moving. It's not responding the slide.
Oh, your mouse got scroll down. Can you scroll?
Cannot also. Not moving. It's only showing the cover page now.
Okay, never mind. You already emailed the slide to Dr. Ting that time.
Yes. Just now I send the thing already.
We will share your slide here. I will control the slide for you. Okay, wait for a while.
Yeah. Is it working?
Wait for a while. She just about to say to me. Yeah, Vincent, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see the slide now.
Okay, yeah, I will help you control the slide.
Okay, no problem. So I can, perhaps I can start to present the slide now.
Okay.
Okay, so once again, good evening to everyone. So this is Vincent speaking. So today I'm representing the WengHong plastic industry to promote our system now. The system the name of the system is MOVA. So we are trying to use this particular technology to be adopted to the OSD and the general system, and we hope that this particular system can be idea that for the designer to be used in order to comply with the system requirement. So perhaps we can go to the next slide. So this is my background, my simplified background. I'm currently also the PhD student in the UNIMAS. So I'm currently study the challenge in the implementation of flash flood management in Kuching. So I'm also the Master of Science from the cutting and the General Manager from WengHong Plastic and the founder of the MOVA technology system. So this is the simple background. Okay, continue. Next slide, please. So basically, we have figured out this is the flood condition, types of flood, and the cause of the major flood. So throughout this slide, you can see that the major cause of flood is there's 9 factors basically. And today we are more the issue in the slide is more concerned on the flash flood. So we are looking at the flash flood for more now. Okay, continue. Next slide, please. So this is introduction of the system. So we have this is the particular product, and we will going to introduce how can it be turned into the OSD system and or the general system we are doing it now. So this is the outlook and the specification of product. So we can see that this particular product is con structure. So we can see that this it has a very strong structure which has a vertical loading with the 30 tons and the lateral can reach the 10 tons. Okay, next slide. And we have another type of the tank. Is the dimension is a 0.5, 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5. So each module we can help to hold the 0.125 meter cube of water by installing one of the modules. So it will be very easy for the designer when they come out with the pre-process calculation, can be easily calculate how much of the module they require to be installed at site to reach the particular requirement. So these are all can be calculated easily. So we have two types of the module. Okay, next slide please. So basically, this particular tank, mobile tank, is not the new technology, but we having the latest design compared to the other brand in the market you can find. So we are the pioneer manufacturer in the East Malaysia. So we are the only manufacturer also, but you can find other manufacturer in the West Malaysia, but the technology they are adopting is maybe the second generation technology. So we are using the latest technology and the latest design. So you can see that especially in the vertical rod and the lateral rod and the structural stability is quite a huge difference. So the tank we are doing can be applied to the more application area as well. So okay, next slide please. So when we compare the OSD to the RC, we can see that because in the perspective of artificial eye, we are doing the prefabricated and it's more environmental friendly, and we can do it in a very fast speed, and the work efficiency is much more better than the RC. Okay, next slide please. So we provide the durability, and it's recyclable, and it has a very low maintenance, which is fulfill the requirement for the council, as we do not have much maintenance required, and it's very safe compared to the open pond. Yeah, okay, next slide please. So if let's say we are doing in the drain rash, when we compare to the conventional drain rash, the construction speed is very fast. We can fulfill 10 meters per day to install the drainage system, and it is able to help to control the surface runoff. Okay, next slide please. So, and when this particular system is applied to the existing taman, it has a less impact because we're able to construct at a limited space and does not impact the groundwater level and less impact to the existing properties. Unlike the RC structure, probably will impact to the existing building. And the durability is we also provide the warranty and the recyclability of course, yes, we can reuse or extend and not necessary to disrupt the system to continue. Okay, next slide please. So this particular graph is show that by applying our system, we're able to reduce the surface runoff and try to turn it back into like the natural way. So this is exactly fulfill the controlling at the source concept. Next slide please. Next slide please. Okay, so this particular picture has shown that the three types of the drain, which is the RC drain, earth drain, and the mobile drainage system. So can see the difference for the outlook. Yeah. Okay, next slide please. So we have done the three projects, two in the Sarawak, Kuching, and one in the Sabah, under the DBKK. So both of the projects is a council project, and three of the projects all council projects. Okay, next slide please. So the first project is done at the Majlis Pentadbiran Padawan at the MDB Council. and we managed to finish the 270 meter of the mobile drainage within the 45 days. I will show the photos. Yeah, this photo is the before we apply the drainage, before we apply the system. We can see that there has no drain for the surface water to flow in. So once there's a rain, there will become the water stagnant and flow into the recipient's car porch, and some kind like a flash flood will be happening in the area. It's not a major flood, but it's a minor. But they were plunging into the car porch. So in this case, by the endorsement from the YB Local Chiang to the MPP, they have agreed to use our system. So let's see the continuous slide to check the picture. So this is the system we are applying in the kampong. So from the picture, we can see that it's quite a easy installation and very fast. So basically, the technology here, the concept here is using the infiltration and the salt away system. So where the product itself can infiltrate, once the water flow into the surface of the system, the surface water will seepage and infiltrate into the system. After temporary store in the system, it will continue to flow underground or following the gradient flow to flow to the primary discharge. So from the right hand side of the picture here, you can see that there's two manholes. One is square and one is the round one. The square one is the gross pollutant trap, which used to trap the grey water discharge from the kitchen. And the right hand side is the manhole, is to prevent the levees, to prevent the solid the leaves and something that were going to block the pipeline. Okay, so next. So this is the before and after. After we apply, you can see the gray area is the permeable concrete on top, and the underground of that particular area is the tank, the mobile tank. Okay, so you can see the right hand side picture. You can see the rain gutter is connecting to the manhole, and they can collect the rooftop water into and discharge into the underground tank as well. Okay, next slide please. So you can see more clear from this particular picture, and you can see how does the manhole connected and how does the gross pollutant trap connected. Yeah. So the point of using the gross pollutant trap is to actually fulfill the soot stone requirement as well, because we are not only to take care of the quantity, but also aims to take care of the quality of the water together. So that's why in the area where has the grey water discharge, we are aiming to use this to adopt this gross pollutant trap. Yeah. Okay, next slide please. So you can see this is the 3-layer inside the gross pollutant trap. You can easily trap the kitchen waste, organic waste, and prevent this waste flush into the drainage system. So in this case, we can protect our water quality. Okay, next slide please. Okay, so this particular picture is to show that the manhole, the manhole discharge to the primary drain before discharge to the this particular slide is to show that the manhole we are using to connect in between the RC drain and the mobile drain, there will be the interconnect manhole to discharge the water. So this is the connecting point in between the mobile system and the existing primary drain. You can check from the picture, you can see that the water inside is clean, and the manhole itself is clean as well. So it simply means that this particular manhole, the water flowing is considered as a clean water. So the manhole itself can be maintained so clean after the 6 months established. Okay, next slide please. So you can see this is the picture that in the left hand side is after the rain, we can see that there's no water stagnant and the rock surface will have the water stagnant and the surface will be ponding on the rock okay, next slide please. So another project we are delivered is to the Kampong Bunga Rampai, is under the Baru District Council. This project is quite interesting because our system is applied in the Kampong rock and is installed in the middle of the rock. So let's check the picture here. The next slide please. Can you play Dr. Bong? Dr. Charles? Is it available to play the video?
This one is a video, is it?
This is video. I think it can be played. Yes, there's a play video. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, the surface here is to show that the Tassil rock surface, the water will flow very quickly to the downstream. And for our system, this permeable concrete, the permeable pavement, the water will immediately seepage and seepage into the underground, seepage into the tank. So this is the system we are providing to the designer. So they could have the permeable surface. Yeah, okay, next slide please. Yeah, this is in the middle of the rock. So the drain of this kampong, they have the permeable rock. We can say that in the permeable rock, partial permeable rock. Yeah, next slide please. Yeah, so this is the finishing. We can see very clear. So this in the middle of the rock is the permeable underground covered underground drain. But the surface itself will let the surface water to seepage. Okay, next slide please. So this is the last project I would like to show here. Is the we turn the RC pond into the mobile OSD because the RC OSD pond has malfunctioned. So they create a foul smell, pest breeding, and the unpleasant living environment. So you use 30 days to complete this project. Okay, next slide please. So this is before we transform the OSD. You can see that this particular pond is surrounded by the fencing, and you can see the water surface quite unpleasant. A lot of the muddy things is floating on the water surface. Okay, next slide please. So you can see the surrounding drainage is all full of water, which is exactly the very good ground for the pests to grow. You can see that all the rubbish is stucking inside the drainage. Next slide please. Okay, so after we pump out the water, you can see that this particular pond is full of the silt and mud already. For your information, this particular pond is only 1 meter depth, but the silt and mud has already reached about 800 millimeters. So consider all the pond is filled out by the silt and mud already. So this we are considered as the malfunctional OSD pond. So after that, we clean out the silt and mud, and then we destruct the OSD pond, RC OSD pond. Next slide please. So it becomes like this. So you can see from the side it's very clean and easy. Easy to clean. So it's a very clean the side. Okay, next slide, please. This is after the finishing. You can see the site is very tidy and very fast installation. Next slide, please. So we fill out the gravel. This gravel is to become the infiltration protection for the tank. Next slide, please. So we install the manhole for the inlet and outlet with the 3-layer protection. You cannot see the picture, but there's a 3-layer protection in the manhole as well to prevent the things stuck, the solid things stuck the pipeline. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the finishing now. It become we have the topsoil and install the spot turfing. Okay, next slide, please. So you can see become the before and after. So basically this is the system we are providing and can be used for the OSD and some project reference here. And for your information, this morning I have received a very encouraging news. My particular system has been adopted by the IBRACO, Penjualan Berhad, to be used in their new project as the OSD. So this particular submission is will be sent to the DID HQ in the next week. So if not mistaken, this particular project is under the MPKS Council, and I have already promised to the client there will be the free maintenance provided to the DID or council until the confirmed maintenance liability fall to which party, because this is the new technology we are pushing in the market. So we are trying to provide the confidence to the authorities. So the free maintenance will be provided in the agreed period toward all the parties, client, authorities. So we also provide the product warranty. So we hope that in this case, we are able to help Sarawak to make better control in the stormwater. And of course, we are not only providing the system, we are also providing the design and build and the one-stop service to any stormwater management service. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent, for the participants' information. These are WengHong Plastic Industries Berhad is actually the sponsor for this special track for today. Okay. Now, if any participant would like to ask question to Mr. Vincent, you can do it now. There's one question here from one of the participants. Mr. Vincent, is it okay to answer? For
Yes,
you?
okay.
Okay.
It's saying that the kitchen grey water and the effluent on the sewage. The sewage water for this kampong is the sewage water is still go back to the septic tank and discharge from the wetland. So the black water will not flow into the system, but the kitchen grey water, yes. But the kitchen grey water, once the water discharged from the house, will go through the gross pollutant trap. So the kitchen grey water will flow into the system, but the sewage water is not flowing into the system in this particular case. So if they want to clarify whether there's a smell or any issues, it is very welcome to visit the site because it's not far away. It's just at the Batu Kitang, Batu Tujuh, Mount 7. It's very easy to find. So I very welcome everyone to do the site visit and let's see how's the environment.
Okay, Mr. Vincent. Another question, How much does it cost?
Okay, the costing will be 10 to 20% comprehensive. In the comprehensive cost, cheaper than the RC, 10 to 20. If that is well designed, it can even up to 30% cost saving compared to the RC structure.
How about the maintenance?
The maintenance, basically, we are the maintenance itself, because it's a very low maintenance, we are according to the different types of the project to look into the maintenance. Because some of the projects, basically the major maintenance is to look after the manhole. So it's the inspection of manhole. We will say that if in the substance facilities, we are doing in the meter cube, we are calculate by the because like for example the drainage maintenance is counted in the meter. For the substance facility, once we say in the meter cube, the per meter cube maintenance will be less than 1 ringgit per year.
So that means if compared to our conventional drainage system, it's actually way cheaper.
I will say maybe 10% only. 10% of the 10% maintenance fee compared to the conventional. Maybe just need the 10% only. Because we haven't really go into the particular stage, but from our estimation, it will be a relatively cheap and it's considered very, very safe compared to the conventional.
Okay. There's someone asking how to contact you. If want to know more about the product.
I think how may I list the contact on the here?
Oh, maybe you can type under the text message your phone number.
I think you can type here, right?
Yes.
This is my number, contact number.
Yes, Mr. Vincent already said his contact number.
Yeah.
016 232 08 31. And another thing I would like to ask, how about the durability of this product? Meaning how long it lasts?
The durability of the material is 50 years onwards, because we are following the standard. It's virgin material, the virgin polypropylene. So it's installed underground and UV add in. So there's 50 years durability with the test, of course, the material test. So material itself can be last long for the 50 years.
Okay, is there any question for the participant? Would like to pose to Mr. Vincent? Yeah. Any other questions? I think there's no more question, Mr. Vincent.
Yes.
Thank you for your sharing.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. For our forum, the last topic is actually talking about the challenges and issues in urban drainage management faced by the councils. But I think this morning, from this engineer law YB law sharing, I think he have pointed some of the issues and challenges. And then there's also quite a long discussion with this engineer Lau Wee from DID on these issues. Okay. So, is there any other questions from the participants regarding these issues, challenges by the councils to post to the forum here today? Maybe some of the engineers is here that can help to answer the questions. Is there any questions? Is there any questions? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Is there any questions you want to pose? Hello, can the participant hear me or not? I think just now we have some power supply problem just now. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me, yeah? Okay. Is there any questions regarding this topic on the challenges? Okay, maybe I just pose one question. Maybe also this Vincent maybe can also answer, because I see that he have a few projects that has been approved by the councils. Okay? Or maybe if any representative from the council maybe can help to ask this question. What are the requirements in implementing new innovative solutions for urban drainage? Is there any requirements or by the councils, like maybe in terms of the submissions, what are the things that the councils required? Let's say we want to propose a new innovations product like the one that we've seen just now. Okay. Anybody from the council want to answer, or maybe Mr. Vincent can share his experience on this? Anybody? Or Mr. Vincent want to share his experience in how he get the approval from the local councils when it comes to the implementation of the innovative solutions?
Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Vincent.
Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay. So basically, right now when we try to promote to the developer, because right now the developer, the issue is some of the project they are facing is after they're finishing the design and submit to the SPA, it's all all the area is used already. So after that, they only come back to the design of the soapstone. They're only being told that you have to use the soapstone facilities and to comply with the soapstone. So this is so far some of the consultants they are facing lah. So when coming to this particular issue, for our scope is actually to lower down the costing toward the developer. Because the private developer is more concerned on the dollar and cent. So as long as they think that the submission can fulfill the requirement, and they can helping the developer to cut down the cost, basically they are very willing to do it to adopt the system now. So of course, if we have some proposal which might not so fulfill the council bylaw. For example, the road, the drainage reserve, utility reserve, road reserve, and which is so different to what the normal building plan. So we are trying to work in this way to promote the soapstone facilities and apply this so-called green infrastructure to lower down the costing of the developer. But it takes time to let the developer or the council to get used to the new concept lah. That's what we're doing now.
Okay. Do they need you to prove that this thing is work? In technically.
Of course, we are doing the testing at our own. Of course, the first thing is the vertical loading test, which most of the consultant is concerned with, the vertical loading test. And we are very pleased to announce that we are also tested by the Syrian. So it's 36 tons per meter square for the vertical load test. So we are proven that it can be using in the traffic area, which can save a lot of space for especially in the urban area, especially towards those projects with a very limited space. And also we are having some of the research projects together with the UNIMAS to prove the performance of the particular system. And the paper will be published as well in order to convince the consultants to show the results. We have also done we are by doing this in the mock-up and in the factory. So everyone is feel free, they can pay visit to the factory to see the mock-up. That will be illustrate the ways, how does the water to be infiltrated and how does the water to be discharged. They will be show exactly how does it work at the site.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Richard, for the sharing. Okay. Is there any other questions on this topic from the participants? Any other questions you want to raise? Okay. If there's no more questions, then I think we can end our sessions on the forum for this afternoon. So I would like to thank all the participants for their times, and also to Mr. Vincent and also WengHong Plastic Industries for sponsoring this special track. So thank you and have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.